To order. The chair reminds the committee that we are on H.R. 910 and the bill is open for amendment at any point. Keeping with the chair's announced policies, I will first recognize the sponsors of any bipartisan amendments. And before I do, I just want to make, I'm not quite ready to make, I'll reserve my comment for a little bit later. I would announce that we are going to break for lunch. This could be a long day. People may need some lunch, so we will break from 12 until 1 for lunch today. We'll adjourn for that hour. So with that announcement made, I just want to recognize the sponsors of any bipartisan amendments at this point. Are there any amendments of that nature? Not yet.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Waxman.
I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 1.
Clerk will read the title.
An amendment offered by Mr. Waxman.
And
I'd like the amendment read.
Without objection, the amendment will be read.
At the end of the bill, add the following new section, Section 4, Congressional Acceptance of the Scientific Findings of the Environmental Protection Agency. Congress accepts the scientific finding of the Environmental Protection Agency that warming of the climate system is unequivocal, as is now evident from observations of increases in global average air and ocean temperatures, widespread melting of snow and ice, and rising global average sea level.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, with this amendment, Congress accepts EPA's scientific finding that, quote, warming of the climate system is unequivocal, as it is now evident from observations of increases in global average air and ocean temperatures, widespread melting of snow and ice, and rising global average sea level, end quote. This finding is so obviously correct that there should be no need to offer this amendment. Here's what the National Academy of Sciences said about the reality of global warming last year. Quote, there are many indications, both direct and indirect, that the climate system is warming. The most fundamental of these are thermometer measurements, enough of which have been collected over both land and sea to estimate changes in global average surface temperature since the mid to late 19th century, end quote. Quote, other measurements of global temperature change come from satellites, weather balloons, and ships, buoys, and floats in the ocean. Quote, ocean heat content measurements, which are taken from the top several hundred meters of the world's oceans, show a warming trend over the past several decades that is similar to the atmospheric warming trend, end quote. Well, this is not the work of a single scientist. It's not the work even of some supposed cabal of climate change advocates. This is the work of multiple independent research teams using different analytical techniques and different data sources to arrive at the very same conclusion, that the world is warming. The National Academy also noted that decades of observed trends further provide evidence that the Earth is warming. They say heat waves have become longer and more extreme, cold snaps have become shorter and milder, northern hemisphere snow cover is decreasing, northern hemisphere sea ice is declining in both extent and average thickness, rivers and lakes are freezing later and thawing earlier, glaciers and ice caps are melting in many parts of the world, precipitation, ecosystems, and other environmental systems are changing in ways that are consistent with global warming. The National Academy concludes, quote, based on this diverse, carefully examined, and well understood body of evidence, scientists are virtually certain that the climate system is warming. I want to emphasize a couple of points. These conclusions are based on measured changes in the world we live in, not model projections. These are the conclusions of our own national academies, which include the National Academy of Sciences, the National Academy of Engineering, the Institute of Medicine, and the National Research Council. In the hearings last week on climate science that we requested, the Republicans' own witnesses acknowledged that global warming is occurring. The committee can vote down this amendment, but that won't help communities in Alaska that are sinking into the melting permafrost. The committee can vote down this amendment, but that won't help communities in the Southwest battling increasing bark beetle, drought, and forest fires. The committee can vote down this amendment, but that won't help Midwestern farmers whose crop yields are already being reduced by increasing temperature extremes. The committee can vote down this amendment, but that won't help communities along our coasts that are losing ground to accelerating sea level rise. The reality is, pretending problems aren't real doesn't make them go away. Most of us learned that in grade school. We need to face these scientific facts. I yield back my time and urge members to vote for this amendment.
Gentleman yields back his time. Chair will recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The fact that my good friend from California offers it doesn't make it so. The EPA has yet to do a real scientific analysis themselves of the issue of global warming. They're pretty good at reading press clippings and press reports. They're pretty good at funding scientists who have a conclusion that they try to make the facts fit, but I've yet to see them actually do a real scientific analysis on their own. My good friend from California tries to make it appear that the science is settled. I would actually say the contrary. The science is not settled, and the science is actually going the other way. There are just as many locations in the United States where the temperatures over the last 100 years have gone down, according to recorded temperature measurements taken, as there have gone up. There are just as many glaciers that are growing as are shrinking. The evidence appears that the Earth goes through cycles of warming and cooling about every 10,000 years. We have been in a warming period for the last 10,000 years, in fact for the last 11,000 years, and so we may be actually going into a cooling period. There is one fact that my good friend from California did not put in the record, which actually is a fact, and that is that the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere is going up. As best we can tell, around 1850, 1900, it was somewhere in the range of 300 parts per million, and it's now about between 380 and 390 parts per million. So that is a fact. Now, once you get beyond that, and to try to come up with these models, come up with some of these studies of tree rings and ice cores and things of that sort, it gets to put it as mildly as possible, it gets pretty murky. You know, we should not put the U.S. economy in a straitjacket because of a theory that hasn't been proven. And to put this amendment into the law, I think, would go against everything that people on both sides of the aisle say they're for. You know, I don't mind funding real science. I don't mind funding trying to find out exactly what's happening. But at one point in time, I spent a lot of time reading the IPCC reports and trying to determine just how valid some of this stuff was. And my recollection was that the strongest forcing agent, the strongest determinant of temperature are clouds, are cloud cover. And unless they have changed the models in the last year or so, and I'm not going to say that they haven't, because trying to model a cloud's behavior is so complicated, on that particular variable, which is the most important variable, they used a plug figure. In other words, they plugged into the model how much cloud coverage. They made an estimate, and they plugged it in. So the thing that seems to be the largest determinant in their own models, these scientific models, they didn't know how to model, so they kind of made a guess and put it in. Now, we know that if we adopted Mr. Waxman's and Mr. Markey's bill from the last Congress on CO2 reduction, that we'd have to reduce the amount of CO2 that we're emitting by man-made sources somewhere to, I think it was either 80 or 85% below I think the baseline was 2000. Now, to do that, we would have to go to CO2 emission levels that we last had in this country in the 1870s. Now, there's nobody alive in this room that was alive in the 1870s, but we were basically not emitting any CO2 except from coal plants and trains and things like that. So you can't do it. You can't get there. And so, with all due respect, this amendment, and I'm going to read it again, accepts the scientific finding of the EPA that warming of the climate system is unequivocal, is just flat not true. So, with due respect to my good friend from California, I strongly oppose this amendment and hope the committee will reject it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members wishing to speak on the Waxman amendment? Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized. Ms. Schakowsky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the statement that we just heard, which is now in the permanent record and can be read by people from now on, will illustrate being on what it means to be on the wrong side of history and on the wrong side of science. This is not something concocted by the Environmental Protection Agency. In fact, this is the conclusion of all of the major scientific organizations and researchers in the world. I thought what I was going to hear from our chairman emeritus of the committee was regarding a hearing that we had when he was the chairman one summer when there was actually a red alert for the city of Washington where people shouldn't go outside and breathe, I guess. You're not supposed to run or exert, or children or adults shouldn't go out. And we heard testimony about the natural cycles. Now, if you notice in this amendment, it doesn't offer any kind of action. It just says, this is the science. And I think that it's very dangerous. This may go down, as Ranking Member Waxman said, it may go down, but it will not change the facts in this world. So while I think this is to get us to a baseline, can we agree on the science? Can we acknowledge as non-scientists, at least most of us, that there is a truth out there that has been researched? And even if there is some doubt about it, look at what's going on with the ice caps. Look what's going on in countries in our own country, states in our own country, and the kind of challenge. And I would say, on behalf of our children and our grandchildren, that it is time. It is getting to the point where it may be too late. Well, we have to wake up to what is happening, what we can observe with our own eyes, with what we can go around the world and in our own country and see. And that if we don't do it now, it may be too late. We will see all kinds of disasters, human disasters, that result from global warming. And it's very disappointing. I don't know what it would take for everyone just to take a look at the science that is there. I dispute what Mr. Martin has said, that there is not a consensus in the scientific community, and we ought to at least start from the same page. We may have different solutions how to address it, but let's pass this amendment so that we can begin to look at what we might do as a consequence of these facts. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair would recognize the gentleman from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd be glad to yield some of my time to Mr. Gingrich from Georgia or anyone else who would like to speak. But the fundamental fact is that Mr. Waxman is offering this obviously to make a statement, but when he says Congress accepts the scientific findings of the EPA, he's really going totally against what we're trying to do today with the Energy Tax Prevention Act. Obviously, this is designed to stop the EPA from using the Clean Air Act to impose greenhouse gas regulations and to address climate change on their own. This is a congressional responsibility. Congress has spoken on this matter. The cap and trade passed out of this committee. It passed the House, but it failed in the Senate. It didn't go anywhere in the Senate. It's not law, yet the EPA is taking it on their own to go ahead and use the Clean Air Act to universally impose greenhouse gas regulation. And if Congress doesn't intervene with this bill we have today, the EPA's efforts to impose a cap and trade type of agenda, which Congress has not passed, and will threaten to drive gas prices higher, increase utility rates, and send manufacturing jobs overseas and hamstring our economic recovery. I think we have a responsibility in this Energy and Commerce Committee to take it on our own, to try and look at this and to prevent the EPA from stepping out on their own. And I think this bill is setting the precedent, the groundwork for the EPA to say, okay, Congress has approved the scientific findings of the EPA agency, so now let's go ahead and regulate the greenhouse gases under that preposition. So, Mr. Chairman, I think is obviously a strong reason not to support this, but the fundamental fact that this sets a precedent for the EPA to go ahead. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from Georgia, such time as he may consume.
And I appreciate very much the gentleman from Florida yielding to me. I certainly concur with what he just said and with what the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Barton, said in regard to the Waxman Amendment. If I could make an analogy, I mean, this amendment, Congress accepting the scientific fact of the Environmental Protection Agency regarding global warming. If we were the Ways and Means Committee and we had a bill before us and someone wanted to proffer an amendment such that Congress accepts the scientific fact that cutting taxes for those who earn more than $200,000 a year always results in decreased revenue to the government. And it's the same type thing, and for that reason, I'm very much opposed to a statement like that being put in this bill. And I yield back to the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Eshoo, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Waxman Amendment, and I want to express something that I think is really deeply troubling, and it is the following. If we keep moving into fact-free zones, it's going to be next to impossible for members of Congress from both sides of the aisle to come up with bipartisan solutions. If, in fact, and it is a fact, that the overwhelming majority of the scientists in our own country have stated that the emissions are dangerous, that it is affecting the very air that we breathe, the earth that we live on. This is not an est session. This does not discriminate. This will affect Republicans, Democrats, independents across our country and people around the world. Now, if you're going to treat science in the following way, where the overwhelming majority of scientists have stated what they've stated, with a very small percentage disagreeing, and give equal weight to those who disagree, then we're in trouble. We're in trouble in this country. And so it's stunning to hear my friend, Mr. Barton, say what he has said. We've worked together on a lot of things. So we can blah, blah about a lot of things around here. But when we attack the very results of the scientific community in our country and don't use that as a springboard for solutions, this is really troubling for our country. I think it's a slippery slope. I see it in other ways where, you know, I mean, what CBO came out with, and CBO for years, and both parties would say this, has been somewhat a thorn in their side because they didn't like the way they scored things. That's been thrown out the window. That's now been thrown out the window. We don't like CBO anymore. We're not going to pay any attention to them. The scientific community has weighed in. We don't agree with it. We're just throwing that out the window. But it is, again, I think, deeply unsettling, because if, in fact, we don't pay attention to the facts, which is the foundation for decision-making in the Congress, then ideology is going to prevail rather than science. Scientists, no matter where they go in the world, they speak the same language. They speak the same language. But I think that this is a warning signal. You can defeat the amendment, but what is more troubling to me is that we're moving out into a place where it is going to be next to impossible for the Congress to really start building solutions for the future of this country. And when we disable and cripple ourselves in that manner, we hurt our country and its future. So I think this is more of a warning signal than anything else. But it's deeply troubling to me that science would be, overwhelming science would be just disregarded and thrown in the trash bin. As Congresswoman Schakowsky said, we are really going to be lining up on the wrong side of history. And I don't think either party wants to be that way, and I think it's a regrettable day. I'd be glad to yield the remainder of my time to Congresswoman Capps.
Because I'll only add one sentence, which is that it's not just the science in this community. Our friends and allies across the world in developed countries where science is recognized as an authority have already moved past us. So we will be increasingly isolated in terms of the world connectivity. And as we all know, we have a global economy and we have a global scientific community. And I now yield back to my colleague from California.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few centuries ago, when Galileo proposed a different way of viewing the world, he challenged the established scientific dogmas of the day to such a level that the politicians and churches of that day ostracized him and threatened him in many ways. Same thing happened in the challenges when Isaac Newton, confronted by Albert Einstein in ways of viewing gravity and challenging the scientific theories that have been accepted by so many as fact. We have to keep in mind that in science there are very few facts. There is an abundance of theories. And Congress voting on something that is science does not make it scientific. Congress voting on a theory does not make it fact. Doesn't make it so. It is Congress's job to review science. It is science's job to be scientific. Science demands careful, deliberate replication and review of studies. Science demands unbiased boards who look at journal articles and determine what has met the highest standards and what is worth publishing. Sometimes, and very often, scientific journals, panels of editors, also have their own biases, and that's why there are so many checks and balances within the system, and that's why so many articles have to be published and challenged and to see if they can be replicated. So science does demand this sort of replication, and for Congress to declare a scientific finding It is the most unscientific thing that Congress could actually do. It closes the door to further research. It says we have reached a final endpoint in all scientific review. It says that everything that can be done has been done and there's nothing more that we should do. I think it is actually dangerous science for Congress to declare a scientific theory to be a fact. We recognize that there is a great deal of data out there about climate change. It will be a while before we even determine what is the climate impact upon the recent major earthquakes in Japan, which threw the planet Earth off of its axis by 4 inches and moved the island of Japan in some places by as much as 4 feet. We will find out over time what these things mean. But for Congress to somehow vote on this and say because many scientists have published studies along these lines that are therefore fact, it is absolutely unscientific.
Will the
It
gentleman
is
yield?
dangerous ground for us to go into. And I would hope instead that we would review this as a scientific manner and remain open-minded to it. And yes, I would yield to my friend from California.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. The bill, the underlying bill, provides on page 4 that following rules and actions are repealed and shall have no legal effect. And the first thing that's repealed is the endangerment and cause or contribute findings of the greenhouse gases under the Clean Air Act, which was published in the Federal Register. So the bill is repealing the scientific finding of the EPA. Now, I'm not reinstating the whole action of the EPA. I'm simply having us agree to one part of that EPA action, which was that the state of the science at this point is clear that there is a warming of the planet.
Reclaiming my time, the bill does not say that the science is being changed. It challenges the ruling, keep my time, it challenges the ruling of EPA, which I know in our last hearing here with the administrative EPA, she acknowledged that, for example, in Pennsylvania, she was declaring jurisdiction and findings without ever talking with our Secretary of DEP. Let's refocus on gathering facts. I think this is where this Congress and this committee does its best work. We have much work to do. It is an important issue to discuss, and I hope we continue to discuss this because all of us want to get to the bottom of this and make sure we're protecting our air, our land, and our water. But I believe we should not be declaring science when so few of us on this panel or in Congress are ourselves.
Will the gentleman
scientists.
yield further?
Would
you yield further?
Briefly, but then I want...
I would submit that in the bill itself, there is a statement that the science finding of the EPA is repealed. If we are repealing science findings, we are doing exactly what you've said.
And reclaiming my time in closing, but that's because EPA declared a scientific finding, and I would challenge that EPA is not a scientific panel that has the authority nor the expertise to declare something a fact or not a fact. And with that, I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield 8 seconds to me?
I yield to Mr. Barton. Yes.
The EPA really didn't do a scientific analysis before they issued their endangerment finding. They rubber-stamped opinions that were already out in the public, including one press release that they quoted. They didn't really do an independent scientific analysis.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Markey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. In 1632, the Inquisition put Galileo on trial for his belief that the sun did not revolve around the earth, but rather that the earth revolved around the sun. Cardinal Bellarmine ordered him not to hold or defend the idea that the earth moves and the sun stands still at center. Pope Urban VIII asked then Galileo to defend himself, and then he stood trial, where he was found to have a vehemently suspect heresy. And then he was put under house arrest for the rest of his life until the Vatican finally issued an apology in 1991. The Catholic Church found him to be, his finding to be false and contrary to Scripture. Now, here we are, the United States Congress Energy and Commerce Committee, the committee which ignored the warnings of the National Academy of Sciences that the Yucca Mountain nuclear waste facility should not be built near an earthquake fault, that the permanent repository should not be placed near Yucca Mountain because it was near an earthquake fault. But this committee ignored it, notwithstanding the advice of the National Academy of Sciences that we should find a better location. And of course, we are free as a political body to ignore science. We have done it historically. There are many examples of it. But just remember this, we are not experts. We are congressional experts. And a congressional expert when it comes to science is an oxymoron. It's a contradiction in terms, like jumbo shrimp or Salt Lake City nightlife. I mean, there is no such thing. And so, yes, it is possible for us to repeal a scientific finding if we, as congressional experts on the Energy and Commerce Committee, determine that we want to. The Vatican did the same thing with regard to Galileo. He ordered the Galileo to abandon something that was false and contrary to Scripture. And I know that from the coal industry perspective, there is a Scripture, you know, that there is still no evidence of a warming of the planet. But that is not true. There is an overwhelming consensus that has been reached that, in fact, just the opposite is the case, from the Arctic to the desertification of many parts of the world, including the sub-Sahara. There is massive evidence of a warming trend on the planet that is causing significant climate change. And so you're free, obviously, to if you have the votes, to repeal the finding in the same way the Vatican was able to repeal the findings of Galileo. But that does not make it scientifically accurate. So you're making a finding here. And you're making a finding not based upon any science. You're making a finding based upon a small slice, in most instances, of industry paid for research that questions the overwhelming consensus of scientists, not only in the United States, but on the planet. And you have the votes to do so. But it will not be a good day for this committee any more than that day when this committee selected Yucca Mountain, ignoring the science as the location, and then railed for years about why it is so difficult to dispose of nuclear waste. We should not be making these decisions here. We should respect science. And if we do, you will get the correct result from a policy perspective. But if you ignore it, which we can for a time, then ultimately we will reap the whirlwind. We're doing that now because we don't have a permanent location to dispose of nuclear waste, and then people who support nuclear power say, oh, all the nuclear opponents are really killing nuclear power. That is not so. If we had found a solid permanent repository, then the industry would be in a lot better shape. I think in the long run, our economy and the health of our planet would be in a lot better shape if the majority accepted the science here today. I urge an aye vote for the Waxman Amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Louisiana.
I've listened to this debate. Very good debate. I accept Mr. Markey's frustration. I remember when the National Academy of Engineering said that there would be no appreciable benefit from instituting a blanket moratorium on all outer continental shelf drilling. It would not appreciably improve safety, that the causes of the Macondo spill were identifiable and correctable. We were frustrated. That scientific judgment was ignored, so it's still being ignored. But let's be clear. Although it was mentioned that the amendment does not mention the cause of the warming, it could be secular. It could be just a shift on the axis. Clearly, what is being sought for is a set of solutions that are embodied in last year's carbon trading system. Now, Again, I think Ms. Schakowsky said that no etiology was indicated, and then followed up by that was people talking about solutions. This amendment is trying to beg the fact that we should do a carbon trading system, which, as was discussed last year, would have minimal impact upon carbon levels, that would cause carbon leakage so that our energy-intensive enterprises would move overseas, taking with them American jobs. Now, if we want to say that it's hotter this year than last year, yeah, that'd be good, that'd be fine. But if you want to say, wait a second, because we find this to be the case, we're now looking for solutions, and those solutions involve a carbon trading system or something such as that, which is going to have negative or minimal effect upon global warming, as you define it, and have a tremendous impact upon American competitiveness and jobs, well, that's quite a different thing. So knowing that the basis of this is not quite so innocent in the sense of being neutral regarding job creation or job destruction, I would oppose the amendment, and sharing the frustration that sometimes science is ignored, because again, let's go back to the OCS drilling, but recognizing that this is merely a pretext, if you will, to set up a set of solutions that would themselves be quite questionable.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
To address Mr. Markey's concern here, remember in the mid-'70s when U.S. News and Report had on the cover of their magazine that we were in an epic period of global cooling, and they had New York City freezing, and all across the United States we were one glob of ice? Mr. Markey would use the same arguments back in the 70s for the global cooling that he's now using for the global warming. It's almost impossible to perform well-established procedures of laboratory science on the climate system. That's what they found back in the 70s. Nobody has done it, nobody can do it, and nobody will be able to do it. All climate models require assumptions, numerical averaging based upon experiments for which the modelers have to assume certain things. If so, why don't we have this global cooling that we were all so fervently scared about in the 70s, and all the magazines talked about it, yet it never occurred? And I yield back my time to the gentleman.
Gentleman yields back his time. Are there other members that wish to speak on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
I call for a roll call vote.
Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton? No. Mr. Barton, nay. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Stearns, nay. Mr. Whitfield? No. Mr. Whitfield, nay. Mr. Shimkus? No. Mr. Shimkus, nay. Mr. Pitts? No. Mr. Pitts, nay. Mrs. Bono Mack? Mr. Walden? No. Mr. Walden, nay. Mr. Terry? No. Mr. Terry, nay. Mr. Rogers? No. Mr. Rogers, no. Mrs. Myrick?
No.
Mrs. Myrick, nay. Mr. Sullivan? No. Mr. Sullivan, nay. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Murphy, nay. Mr. Burgess? No. Mr. Burgess, nay. Mrs. Blackburn? Mrs. Blackburn, nay. Mr. Bilbray? Mr. Bilbray, nay. Mr. Bass? Mr. Bass, nay. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey, nay. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, nay. Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta, nay. Mrs. McMorris Rogers? Mrs. McMorris Rogers, nay. Mr. Harper? Mr. Harper, nay. Mr. Lance? Mr. Lance, nay. Mr. Cassidy? Mr. Cassidy, nay. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie, nay. Mr. Olson? Mr. Olson, nay. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley, nay. Mr. Gardner? Mr. Gardner, nay. Mr. Pompeo? Mr. Pompeo, nay. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Kinzinger, nay. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, nay. Mr. Waxman?
Aye.
Mr. Waxman, aye. Mr. Dingle? Aye. Mr. Dingle, aye. Mr. Markey? Aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Towns? Aye. Mr. Towns, aye. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Rush? Aye. Mr. Rush, aye. Ms. Eshoo? Aye. Ms. Eshoo, aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Green? Mr. Green, aye. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette, aye. Mrs. Capps? Mrs. Capps, aye. Mr. Doyle? Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Inslee? Mr. Inslee, aye. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ross? Mr. Weiner? Mr. Matheson? Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield, aye. Mr. Barrow? Mr. Barrow, aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, aye. Ms. Christensen? Ms. Christensen, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No. Votes no.
Chairman votes nay.
Are there other members wishing to vote? Ms. Bonomack?
Ms. Bonomack, nay.
Mr. Pallone?
Mr. Pallone, aye.
Other members on this side wishing to cast their vote? Democratic side? Mr. Ross?
Mr. Ross, aye.
Any other member wishing to vote? Mr. Matheson?
Mr. Matheson, aye.
Are there any other members? If not, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, 20 aye, 31 nay.
20 aye, 31 nay. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments at the desk? Or are there other amendments that members wish to offer?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. DeGette.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Ms. DeGette, which? Number 2? An amendment offered by Ms. DeGette.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is considered as read, and the gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is another amendment following on the theme of the last amendment. What this amendment does is it says that Congress accepts the EPA's scientific finding that elevated concentrations of greenhouse gases resulting from anthropogenic emissions are, quote, the root source of recently observed climate change, end quote. In other words, not only is climate change occurring, but human activities are causing it. I know you'll want to accept this amendment by unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, so let me explain it a little bit. What the amendment does is it continues on the theme of giving the members of the committee what should be a very simple choice: voting to recognize the overwhelming science or voting to deny the overwhelming science. Now, following on the debate on the previous amendment, there was a lot of talk about what exactly is the science, and I guess my view and the view of many other people on this committee is that the EPA should base its rulings on science. Unfortunately, the bill itself instructs the EPA not to follow science when it says the administrator may not, under this act, promulgate any regulation concerning, take action relating to, or take into consideration the emission of a greenhouse gas to address climate change. So in other words, even if there was enough evidence to satisfy my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that there was science-based, a scientific basis for climate change, even then the EPA administrator could not consider this. It would be a barrier. And that seems to be not only a denial of science, but something that could be very, very dangerous as we move forward in trying to protect our planet. Last year, the National Academy of Sciences spoke definitively about the human contribution to climate change. First of all, they discussed the greenhouse effect. Greenhouse gases in the atmosphere trap the sun's heat near the Earth's surface, keeping it much warmer than it otherwise would be. The National Academy then states, quote, the atmospheric concentrations of greenhouse gases have increased in the past 2 centuries as a result of human activities. The rising concentration of greenhouse gases is amplifying the natural greenhouse effect and causing the Earth's temperature to rise. This is basic physics, Mr. Chairman. Scientists have understood the greenhouse effect for more than 150 years. We have undisputed measurements of the levels of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, which have been rising rapidly since the 1950s, and even Mr. Barton agrees with that statement that CO2 has increased. The National Academy states, quote, precise measurements of atmospheric composition at many sites around the world indicate that CO2 levels are increasing. We know this increase is largely the result of human activities because the chemical signature of the excess CO2 in the atmosphere can be linked to the composition of the CO2 in emissions from fossil fuel burning. The National Academy concludes, quote, global warming can be attributed to human activities. Many lines of evidence support the conclusion that most of the observed warming since the start of the 20th century, and especially the last several decades, can be attributed to human activities. And it goes on about the other types of reasons that could be there, and it rejects those. Now, Mr. Chairman, the National Academy is our nation's preeminent science body, and we call on it over and over again to resolve different science questions. And so it's been concluded by them that the global climate change is due to human activity. What's the problem here? Just last week, NASA, somebody else who we generally respect their scientific opinion, said that the Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets are melting is accelerating rapidly and raising the global sea level. What it says is that the melting of these ice sheets has become the dominant contributor to global sea rise much sooner than model forecasts have predicted. And what they're saying is that it could be 12.6 inches within the next few decades. Now, that is a very, very real problem. And if the EPA and other agencies are directed not to address those problems, then this is a terrible legacy that we leave not just for future generations, but we leave as we begin to look more and more at these extreme weather situations that we've seen so much in the last year. So I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to reject any kinds of fuzzy science, because I think we need to look really in a clear way at all of this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does the chair wish to hear the unanimous consent request for the amendment, or do you want the debate to continue? Okay. Chair would recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Whitfield, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Upton, and I'm glad we're having this debate today because we all have the utmost respect for each side of the aisle, and I know Diane DeGette and I serve on a number of caucuses together, and we all admire and respect each other. And having said that, I think her amendment actually is more difficult to accept than the former amendment because she specifically talks about the global warming caused by human activity. I'm not going to get into the discussion of the science other than I want to make one comment. The other day, Mr. Inslee came into the committee and he had a stack of books this tall about global warming. We could have had a stack of books about the cause of global warming this high where people disagreed. I even have an article that the preeminent scientist in France, Claude Allègre, is the most outspoken global warming skeptic today, particularly as the cause of global warming. But I'm not going to get into that because this legislation really was not designed. We're not questioning the science. I don't agree with Mr. Markey about a lot of things, but the last body that should be determining what the science would be should be the House of Representatives, probably. But our legislation simply states that the Clean Air Act is not the appropriate legislation to enact these types of regulations that the EPA is doing. As a matter of fact, Congress on 3 separate occasions has said no to Congress, to EPA regulating greenhouse gases under the Clean Air Act. One was the 1990 amendments of the Clean Air Act in which an amendment was offered to regulate greenhouse gases. Congress said no. In 2000, And six, the U.S. Senate voted by 98-0, instructing President Clinton not to send up the Kyoto Protocol for ratification. And then last year, the Senate refused to take up the cap and trade bill. But more important than that, we can all disagree on the science or whatever, but let me just state, the endangerment finding that EPA issued in this case on their wanting to regulate greenhouse gases is in court right now. A lawsuit has been filed. The tailoring rule, in which they exempt all emissions except from stationary sources of 100,000 and above. That has now, a lawsuit is pending on the tailoring rule. And those matters are really up in the air. And I might also mention that the air quality person from EPA testified here in this room and said that if they had to regulate everything, if their tailoring rule was declared to be illegal, they would not have the manpower or the money to regulate greenhouse gases. They'd have to have 88,000 more permits. They'd have to spend $27 billion, just the enforcement agencies. So really what we're talking about today is what is the proper way to regulate greenhouse gases. And Lisa Jackson, the administrator who we all admire and respect, is moving so aggressively, not thinking about the consequences of jobs in America, the cost on people in America, the fact that it would make us less competitive in the global marketplace. So for us to be sitting around talking about the science, I think it's a strong argument to make on the other side. But the issue here is the Clean Air Act is not the appropriate way to regulate something like this. And if we are determined to do it, which this administration appears to be, we genuinely believe that our economy is going to be hurt. We're going to lose jobs, and more. We're going to be at less competitive advantage to China and India and other countries. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Waxman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I think my good friend from Kentucky made a good argument of why he doesn't want to see regulation. But it wasn't a very convincing article why he should reject this amendment. All this amendment does is recognize the science, recognize the reality. If you deny the reality, then you don't have to do anything to address it. It justifies your failure to figure out a way to deal with it. He said that they're trying to figure out the proper way to regulate greenhouse gases. They don't like the way EPA is regulating it. Well, you can disagree with how EPA acts, but you shouldn't argue, therefore, that we won't even consider the science. This is science denial. It's not worthy of this committee. When we're told that vaccines can prevent diseases, that's based on scientific findings. We don't say, well, we're going to wait till the scientific findings are so well established that nobody could possibly disagree with it. In fact, we accept it because they are well-established scientific findings. Congress finally got around to regulating tobacco, although there were deniers of the science in the tobacco area as well. NASA is going to send some people into space. Congress voted to do that. That's premised on the science that they can send a person into space. It can happen, and it has happened. We have at the Department of Agriculture doing scientific research on how to improve crop yields. And our agricultural policy is often based on those scientific findings. Now, if you don't like the way that it's going to be addressed, address it differently. But to say that you don't want the problem addressed, therefore you're going to vote to deny the science, is really quite a dramatic know-nothing approach. Last week we had a hearing on climate science at the request of committee Democrats. We heard from some of the nation's leading climate experts, and I'd like to highlight some of their testimony. In 2007, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change found that quote, most of the observed increase in global average temperatures since the mid-20th century is very likely due to the observed increase in anthropogenic greenhouse gas concentrations, end quote. Well, that's pretty much the DeGette proposal, that we put that into the findings of this bill. Dr. Richard Somerville was one of the lead authors of the IPCC report. He explained the depth and breadth of the scientific work supporting their conclusions. The physical science portion was written by 152 scientists based on the body of peer-reviewed research. It's about 1,000 pages long and took 3 years to write. There were 3 separate drafts, over 30,000 peer-review comments, and publicly available written responses to every review comment. This is transparent and authoritative science. Since 2007, the scientific evidence supporting the IPCC's conclusions has only grown stronger. As Dr. Somerville explained, recent research shows that by far the greatest part of the observed century-scale warming is due to human rather than natural factors. Dr. Christopher Field cited key conclusions of the U.S. Global Change Research Program. This is a coordinated climate change research program. It involves 13 federal departments and agencies, NASA, NOAA, the National Science Foundation, and the Defense Department. Global warming, they said, is unequivocal and primarily human-induced. Climate changes are underway in the United States and are projected to grow, and widespread climate-related impacts are occurring now and are expected to increase. Even the majority's own witnesses did not deny that human activities are contributing to climate change. Science is important. It isn't to be disregarded. It isn't to be repealed by a legislative bill. Gentleman from Louisiana complained that he didn't think the president followed the science, and therefore he's going to retaliate by not agreeing to the science when it comes to global climate change. The United States Congress represents widely divergent policy views, and that's appropriate. But I think most Americans expect their federal elected officials to have a basic grip on reality. And I urge my colleagues to acknowledge the science and support this amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Other members wishing to speak on the amendment? The gentleman from California, Mr. Gilbert.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that we all get a grip on reality. Frankly, the term science has been invoked here. I think that I have colleagues on both sides of the aisle may have concerns about what they think the facts are about the climate change or global warming. But I do have to take exception to some members invoking science when it comes to diagnosing the disease or the problem, but deny science when it comes down to evaluating the proposed cure to the problem. And let me remind everyone here on both sides of the aisle, just because someone says they want to address the problem doesn't mean it is the answer to the problem. I would challenge anyone to tell me, and in fact the hearings we had reinforced it, that 17% reduction within the decade does not cure the problem that is being proposed as being the challenge. The cure that's being proposed by EPA does not solve the problem or even address it substantially. In fact, in hearing here, the question was asked to Ms. Jackson, what is the percentage of reduction that you're going to get with this $400 million investment in this strategy? And the EPA could not even give us a ballpark, even an idea of the reduction. So when you want to invoke science, my challenge to you is tell me, show me a scientist that says the proposal by the EPA will address the problem. It will solve the problem. We don't have to worry about the ice cap melting. We don't have to worry about these issues. I'll just tell you as somebody that really feels strongly about this issue, I am frustrated that there are those that deny the problem, but I am more frustrated with those who want to take a high and mighty attitude about science and about the problem, but refuse to admit what it's going to take to avoid the problem. We're literally being passed a placebo by the EPA when it comes to climate change, and no one's brave enough to say that. And no one's brave enough to say that this city has not been willing to grapple with this issue. It's basically used it as a political opportunity rather than a scientific challenge. And I again challenge anyone, tell me which science and which scientists are willing to stand up and say that if we implement the EPA strategy, the climate change issue can be addressed, and we assure the American people that for the $400 million we're spending on this project, it will avoid the problems that all of us are talking about. And that's where the disconnect is. We got one side saying it's not a problem, the other side saying the world's coming to an end, it is a huge problem, but the side that says it's a problem is denying and avoiding the tough things that have to be talked about, because we don't want to admit it's so big that what is being proposed by the federal government doesn't address the issue at all, doesn't avoid the adverse impact. So, Mr. Chairman, I really concerned that if you want to invoke science, then let's be upfront about that, that the EPA admitted last week that their strategy, they don't know if it's going to reduce it at all, and we know that if we do not reduce it, not only by percentage, but within time, we're arguing about something that is not going to be changed by our strategies. And let's be brave enough and talk about it. But don't talk about science, about the problem, and then totally deny the science and your own EPA director's admission that what is being proposed by this administration, by the federal government to address EPA's concerns about climate change, they can't even tell us a percentage of reduction. And I challenge anybody to think that EPA is going to reduce 17%, which a lot of science says is nothing nowhere close to the level of reduction. So if you say it's a problem, let's talk about reducing it down the line. But I would yield back at this time, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yield to me. He still has a minute.
Go ahead, Mr. Waxman.
I want to be courageous enough to tell you that's not the amendment. The amendment is a scientific, acknowledging the scientific issue. You say that
Mr. Chairman, reclaiming my time.
If
the amendment implies that the bill before us has something to do with avoiding or not avoiding the climate change issue. And the fact is, the science tells us we're not even in that realm. We're not even talking about avoiding climate change. We're talking about doing certain strategies that are being done under the guise of addressing climate change.
And therefore,
which, frankly,
we'll do nothing.
No, the point is this: do not promise and spend $400 million of American tax dollars on a proposal that you know your scientists tell you will not solve the problem. And if you want to say the do nothing, the gentleman from California want to say let's not do nothing, let's not sell the American people an environmental placebo that promises great things but delivers nothing. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Other members wishing to speak? Gentleman would recognize the chair would recognize gentlelady from the Virgin Islands. And before she starts, we all welcome the gentlelady back. We've not had the opportunity to do so. We're glad that you're back on the committee, and I would remiss in also saying that when we welcome the other members, to the committee at their organizational meeting, we forgot to welcome the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Walden, who was on temporary leave and also came back to the committee. So would recognize the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the very warm welcome. But I just wanted to begin by saying what I think our ranking member Waxman was beginning to say, is that a lot of the objections are not on what the amendment is on. They're about how to regulate the greenhouse gases. This amendment, like the last one, is about just simply accepting the science. When around 1997 or 1998, there was a report, and I'm trying to find the report, but I distinctly remember it saying that one of the biggest threats to public health, it was about threats to public health, one of the biggest threats to public health were legislative bodies. And I didn't understand at that time why they would say that. But as I'm listening to the debate today, I clearly understand why. We don't accept science that sometimes we commission and we pay for. We rely a lot on the National Academy of Sciences, and they have stated that there's a strong, credible body of evidence based on multiple lines of research documenting that climate, and this is a quote, that climate is changing and that these changes are in large part caused by human activities. This is agreed to by 18 of America's leading scientific societies. Scientists at the 13 federal agencies that make up the global Change Research Program have also reported that climate change, due primarily to human-induced emissions of heat-trapping gases, poses significant risk to the well-being of the American public. And if you had been at a town meeting in my home just a couple of weeks ago, you would hear people living in the industrial area talking about cancers and asthma and all of the things that are being caused in a community that has one of the highest greenhouse gas emissions per square mile. So I don't understand why there's so much objection to just accepting scientific findings. The EPA did not do the finding. They accepted the findings of scientists. And I'm in support of this amendment as I was in support of the last one, and I urge my colleagues to vote. Yes, I will.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Bilbrey's comment that even if you accept that global climate change is caused by human action, that's not necessarily the solution. I think that's probably true, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't accept the premise that is agreed to by all the scientific community, that climate change and increased CO2 are caused by human action. Instead, apparently what the majority intends to say is, well, even if this is caused by human action, we shouldn't allow the EPA to make the solution. So even if the proposed solution is not the right solution, this bill says we're not going to let the EPA find any solution. And that seems to be the wrong approach.
Would the gentlelady yield?
It's not my time, so I can't yield. And I would say that what we should do is acknowledge this widely recognized scientific fact that climate change is caused by human activity, and then we should move forward with our environmental regulators, the EPA, to come up with at least a beginning of a solution to that, which is what the EPA is attempting to do. I think it's the sensible thing to do, and it's the scientifically right thing to do. And with that, I'll yield back to the gentlelady from
the Virgin Islands yield to me.
Yes.
I just want to point out that when we tried to do something about this problem in the last Congress, the top Republican on the committee, Mr. Barton, said, I don't want to work with you to find a legislative solution to a problem I don't think exists. So we didn't have any bipartisan help. Now the EPA is trying to regulate and do something about it, and this bill would stop them, absolutely stop them. So if we don't legislate and we don't regulate, we will do nothing about the problem. But that's not an issue because now the Republicans are saying there is no problem. This is the official science-denying position of the Republican Party. If we have health-based standards under the Clean Air Act as to what is the level of concentration of certain pollutants in the air that harm the health of people, those standards are established based on the science. We could disagree on how long it should take to achieve it, the different methods that would have to be employed, but to say that we don't even accept the idea that there is a health standard is similar to what we're doing here. And I just want to point out that distinction. Thank you for yielding.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Are the other members wishing Dr. Burgess from Texas recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I wasn't going to speak on this because I think we've heard enough, but I can't sit here and be called a science denier by the ranking member of the full committee. Now, the amendment in front of us says that the scientific evidence is compelling. The ranking member referenced his witness, Dr. Sunderville, who sat on the panel last week. I asked Dr. Sunderville, if the science is compelling, how come you haven't closed this deal with the American people? And he suggested that perhaps we just hadn't talked about it in a clear enough fashion on the scientific side. But let me leave you with another fact. Now, everyone understands that Republicans are uncomfortable with this, but what about the scientific community itself? And I'm not talking about the great unwashed out in America. I'm talking about the people that read Scientific American. This is a scientifically literate community, and Scientific American polled their readership, nearly 5,200 respondents. The consensus of over 81% of those respondents think that the International Panel on Climate Change is, quote, a corrupt organization prone to groupthink with a political agenda, close quote. 75% of those people, that scientifically literate community that reads Scientific American, who on this committee reads Scientific American regularly? Okay? 75% think climate change is caused by solar variation or natural processes versus 21% who think it's due to greenhouse gases from human activity. 65% of that scientifically literate group of respondents think we should do nothing about climate change since, quote, we are powerless to stop it, close quote. And the same percentage, 65%, think science should stay out of what is a political process. When asked how much would you be willing to pay to forestall the risk of catastrophic climate change, 76% of that scientifically literate community said nothing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back my time.
Would the gentleman yield before he yields back?
Yes, I'll be happy to yield to the
Just
Chairman Emeritus of
since
the full committee.
the ranking member called me by name, first of all, he did quote me correctly. Let's let the record show that I don't think CO2 is a problem, and therefore I don't think it needs to be regulated, and I don't think the EPA needs to do anything about it. He's absolutely correct about that. Let me just give you a few little tidbits since Mr. Waxman talked about a health-based standard, for greenhouse gases. It is a fact that the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere, the upper atmosphere, is a little less than 400 parts per million. We think that 150 years ago it was around 250 parts per million, so it's gone up a little over 100 parts per million in the last 150 years. So it has been elevated. That's a true statement. But if you were producing vegetables and plants commercially in a greenhouse, you would keep the CO2 level at 1,000 parts per million. At 1,000, which is 3 times what the level is right now. There is quite a bit of evidence that we have had CO2 concentrations on the Earth up to 8,000 parts per million. 8,000. We operate our nuclear submarines routinely at CO2 levels over 4,000 parts per million. So, if my friend from California wants to talk about a health-based standard for CO2, it's going to be orders of magnitude more than 350 or 380 parts per million. It could be 10,000, it could be 20,000. I don't know what it would be, but it wouldn't be 380 parts per million. We can talk about all the emails where the scientific community, the IPCC, talks about using tricks to confuse the public. We can talk about the fact that many of the data sets that are used in these models have never been made publicly available for the skeptics to take a look at. You know, we're not opposed on this side of the aisle to real science, but we are opposed to pseudoscience that, if you implement it, puts the American economy in a straitjacket that costs millions and millions of jobs. So with that, I yield back to my good friend from Texas, Dr. Berg.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll be happy to yield.
I want to just follow up, Mr. Barton. In today's atmosphere, there's about 380 parts per million of CO2, correct?
That's
and
correct.
And you're saying in a nuclear submarine, it's around 4,000.
It's allowed to be up to 4,000.
Right. And I did read a document recently that up to 5,000 parts per million, people were able to even withstand that. So I think you're making a good point. I just I'd yield back the balance of my time to the gentleman.
Gentleman yields back his time. Are there other members seeking to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
If not,
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I've listened to this debate fairly intensely and with much interest, and I'm really kind of astounded at the conclusions that the members of the majority have made. And I guess I'm trying to put this into some kind of define it in a way that that makes sense. And it seems to me we have two branches of science here, scientists here. at odds one with another. We've got two scientific communities at odds with one another. We've got environmental scientists, and I think that outside is basically saying that the environmental scientists, the scientists who testified before the subcommittee, really at our urging and our almost at our demand, that they reached one conclusion. And so the environmental scientists are here competing and clashing with the political scientists that are represented by those of us who are sitting on this full committee. And so there is a clash between two branches of scientists. Since science is being thrown around quite extraordinarily today. And I've been told that when you have irresistible force meeting immovable object, you got a crash or collision. And I think that that's what's happening here today. Now, I know that you all will win this, and you all will defeat this amendment. But as has been stated earlier, just because you have the political scientists have got the votes and have got the power, don't erase and don't eliminate the facts that the environmental scientists overwhelmingly have, the conclusions that they have reached in regards to their study. We know that the actions of man, humankind, and we all believe that. The American public believe that. No matter what you do today, that's not going to change the opinions and the beliefs of the majority of the American public. No matter how you try to deny it, they believe and they know because it's been told to them by so many different respectable and so many experts that their actions are damaging the atmosphere, damaging the environment. And they know, high school students, grade school students, know that the preponderance of weather changes have to do with their actions and the actions of human beings. CO2, there are a number of others. They all know that. This is the truth of them. Now, you're arguing against the reality, but you're going to pass this, and we know you're going to pass this, but it won't change the beliefs of the American people, not one iota. And I think that I just want to say that, you can posture, the political scientists can posture as much and as proficient as they want to. But when it really gets down to it, the scientists who are experts in those areas, not the legislative scientists, but the environmental scientists, they're going to prevail. And they're going to prevail before the American people. And with that, I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you for yielding. I just wanted to make a comment on Mr. Barton's comment that people should grow their plants in greenhouses because of the carbon emissions. Well, we're hearing that corn and wheat and soybeans are having a problem because of the increased temperatures. I don't think they particularly have those increased temperatures in a controlled greenhouse. I'm sort of taken aback by our doctor's statement that a peer review is really a question of voting by the subscribers to a magazine, not by peer review of other scientists. I just find this debate quite amazing, and I thank you for yielding.
I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members seeking time on the amendment? If not, we can vote on the amendment. I suspect you want a roll call.
Chairman, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Yeah. So if there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton, nay. Mr. Stearns. Mr. Stearns, nay. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield, nay. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts, nay. Mrs. Bono Mack. Mr. Walden. Mr. Terry. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, nay. Mrs. Myrick. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, nay. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, nay. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Bilbray. Mr. Bilbray, nay. Mr. Bass. Mr. Bass, nay. Mr. Gingrey. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise, nay. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta, nay. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper, nay. Mr. Lance. Mr. Lance, nay. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, nay. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie, nay. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson, nay. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley, nay. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, nay. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo, nay. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger, nay. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, nay. Mr. Waxman. Mr. Waxman, aye. Mr. Dingle. Mr. Dingle, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Towns. Mr. Towns, aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush, aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo, aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. Mr. Green, aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette, aye. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, aye. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner, aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, aye. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow, aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, aye. Ms. Christensen. Ms. Christensen, aye. Mr. Upton.
Oh, votes no.
Mr. Upton, nay.
Members wishing to vote, Mr. Walden.
Mr. Walden, nay.
Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Terry.
Mr. Shimkus, nay. Mr. Terry, nay.
Ms. Bonomack.
Ms. Bonomack, nay.
Ms. Myrick.
Mrs. Myrick, nay.
Ms. McMorris Rogers.
Ms. McMorris Rogers, nay.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, nay.
Mr. Markey.
Mr. Markey, aye.
Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Pallone, aye.
Are there other members wishing to cast a vote on this amendment? Mr. Terry? How is Mr. Terry recorded?
Mr. Terry is recorded as nay.
Dr. Gingrey?
Dr. Gingrey, nay.
Are there any other members wishing to record their vote? If not, the clerk will report the title, or the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on that there are 21 ayes, 30 nays.
21 ayes, 30 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other members wishing to offer an amendment? The gentleman from Mr. Inslee, and the clerk will report the title.
Which one, Mr. Inslee?
The number, it's 3. Leans on section 4.
Didn't have your name on it.
Staff will disseminate the amendment.
An amendment offered by Mr. Inslee.
And the chair will announce that the amendment will be considered Ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read. Gentleman will be recognized for 5 minutes, and the chair will say that this will be the last amendment before we adjourn for an hour for lunch. So with that, Mr. Inslee, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, could I ask the clerk read the amendment?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
At the end of the bill, add the following new section, Section 4, Congressional Acceptance of the Scientific Findings of the Environmental Protection Agency. Congress accepts the scientific finding of the Environmental Protection Agency that the public health of current generations is endangered and that the threat to public health for both current and future generations will likely mount over time as greenhouse gases continue to accumulate in the atmosphere and result in ever greater rates of climate change.
Amendment is read. The gentleman from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is 11:45 on March 15th, 2011, and at this moment we do not know whether or not the nuclear plants in Japan have melted down, but we do know that the Earth is in a state of impending meltdown. And we do know that the health effects for humans around the planet and in America over time will dwarf the damage that is so horrendous in Japan this morning. Never before have so many ignored a problem so large that endangers us so much. And it is appropriate to crib from Churchill in saying that. Because while England slept in the 30s, we are a nation that is sleeping today because of this war on science. And make no mistake about it, it is a war on science. Last week, one great party reduced funding for tsunami warning buoys. This week, they are reducing protection for human health. It is great timing, but most unfortunate. We can't simply whistle past this danger and count our sunspots. And I just want to say I've been trying to figure out why we have this war on science. Could I have the first slide, please, that I've asked to be put up? I want to refer to what we're facing, which is a huge increase in CO2. This shows where we are today, but look where we're headed. We are headed for, in this century, just stop on that slide, please. We're headed to a 200% increase in CO2. And everybody says CO2 is benign. Well, water is benign too, but not when it sweeps over you in a tidal wave. And we have a slow motion tidal wave of CO2, which will double in this century above pre-industrial levels. There is no peer-reviewed science in the world today, zero. And by the way, I've brought the collection of peer-reviewed science that supports the Republicans' position. It's right here on this desk. It's zero. There is zero peer-reviewed science that says this is not a problem. Now, how can one great party ignore this clear science? I've been thinking about this, and I think I have an answer. It's a matter of faith, and it's a lack of faith. It's not a lack of intelligence or a lack of reading science. It's a lack of faith. It's a lack in our faith to be able to skin this problem and solve this problem. I want to show you a couple slides. Next slide, please. This slide shows a picture of the dedication of the first electric charging station at a church in America. It was last October. I was lucky enough to be there at the Wooden Cross Lutheran Church in Woodinville, Washington. We have, and this is one slide of many, of how we can solve this problem. And the problem we face is one of the great parties does not have enough faith that we can solve this problem. Because they do not have that faith, they're whistling past the graveyard on this problem. I want to read the prayer that was issued by Pastor Woody Carlson on this event of this day, because I think it captured at heart what we ought to be doing here. Here's what he said. May God give his blessing to this charging station from end to end, from its foundation to its five-pronged plug. May all be welcome here, friend and stranger from near and far. May each be blessed and honored as they charge. May God's love be shared and peace between all people, even if there is a backup of people having to wait. Each day, every day, each plugging in and plugging out, the Lord bless you and keep you. Amen. Now that's the kind of faith that if we have, we can solve this problem. But ignoring a problem doesn't solve it. Next slide, please. Now, that was a small thing to do, but here's a picture of an I think it's an F-14, but I'm not sure. Maybe my military guys can help me. It is a picture of the Green Hornet. It is a United States plane that was the first jet fighter ever to fly on biofuels. It flew on a mixture of, I think it was Camelina-produced biofuels on Earth Day this last year. This is the kind of faith that we need to have, and if we have this kind of faith, we will protect the Creator's creation, which is the earth. Now, we can spend hours here talking about the fact that the National Academy of Science and every single scientific community on the planet Earth has accepted the scientific conclusion in this regard. But I suggest, as a nation, it is more important to look up to that seal and look at the seal of the United States. It is an eagle. It is not an ostrich. The ostrich puts its head in the sand and it has its tail feathers in the air. And I think it's a time for us to start being a little more eagle and a little less ostrich, and let's pass this amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Request for a roll call. The clerk will read the roll.
Mr. Barton? Mr. Barton, nay. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield, nay. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, nay. Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts, nay. Mrs. Bono-Mack? Mrs. Bono-Mack, nay. Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden, nay. Mr. Terry? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, nay. Mrs. Myrick? Mrs. Myrick, nay. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, nay. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Burgess? Mrs. Blackburn? Mrs. Blackburn, nay. Mr. Bilbray? Mr. Bilbray, nay. Mr. Bass? Mr. Bass, nay. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, nay. Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta, nay. Mrs. McMorris Rogers? Mrs. McMorris Rogers, nay. Mr. Harper? Mr. Harper, nay. Mr. Lance? Mr. Lance, nay. Mr. Cassidy? Mr. Cassidy, nay. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie, nay. Mr. Olson? Mr. Olson, nay. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley, nay. Mr. Gardner? Mr. Gardner, nay. Mr. Pompeo? Mr. Pompeo, nay. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Kinzinger, nay. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, nay. Mr. Waxman? Mr. Waxman, aye. Mr. Dingell? Mr. Dingell, aye. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Towns? Mr. Towns, aye. Mr. Pallone? Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush, aye. Ms. Eshoo? Ms. Eshoo, aye. Mr. Engel? Mr. Green? Mr. Green, aye. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette, aye. Mrs. Capps? Mrs. Capps, aye. Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle, aye. Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Inslee? Mr. Inslee, aye. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross, aye. Mr. Weiner? Mr. Weiner, aye. Mr. Matheson? Mr. Matheson, aye. Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield, aye. Mr. Barrow? Mr. Barrow, aye. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, aye. Ms. Christensen? Ms. Christensen, aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton,
no.
nay.
Other members wishing to vote? Dr. Gingrey?
Dr. Gingrey, nay.
Mr. Terry?
Mr. Terry, nay.
Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Murphy?
Mr. Murphy, nay.
Mr. Stearns?
Mr. Stearns, nay.
Mr. Pallone?
Mr. Pallone, aye.
Dr. Burgess?
Dr. Burgess, nay.
Are there other members wishing to cast a vote that have not yet voted? If not, the clerk will report the tally. adjourn here for that. Any word on when votes will be on the floor, 1:30? 1:45?
Mr. Chairman, 21 aye, 31 nay.
21 aye, 31 nay. The amendment is not agreed to. At this point, we'll adjourn until precisely 1 o'clock. My sense is that we may be able to finish, perhaps, before votes are asked on the House floor at 1:45. So we come back promptly at 1, and we can get started. We'll go into recess for an hour. It's 1:36. We're going to get started again, resume. If we could shut the outer doors.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, can you hold on just 1 second? For what purpose is the gentleman from Illinois?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, let me just open it, all right? We're ready to take amendments. The gentleman's, the clerk will report the title.
It's amendment number 15.
An amendment offered by Mr. Rush.
And without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Support of his amendment.
This amendment revokes the provisions of this act from going into effect until the EPA administrator, in consultation with the Secretary of Defense, certifies that the consequences of not regulating greenhouse gas emissions and its subsequent impact on climate change, including the potential to create sustained natural and humanitarian disasters, and the ability to likely foster political instability where societal demands exceed the capacity for governments to cope, do not jeopardize American security interests at home or abroad. Mr. Chairman, the overwhelming majority of respected scientists and scientific organizations worldwide, including the National Academy of Sciences, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the American Geophysical Union, the American Meteorological Society, the U.S. Global Change Research Program, as well as the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, all agree that man-made greenhouse gases do contribute to climate change, and these impacts can be mitigated through policy to curb these emissions. Mr. Chairman, just last week, a study by the National Academy of Sciences, conducted at the request of the U.S. Navy, concluded that climate change will pose a major challenge for the U.S. Navy in the emerging Arctic frontier. This report cited an increased demand for humanitarian aid as well as rising sea levels that could threaten low-lying naval bases as some of the challenges the Navy may face due to climate change. This report is just the latest in a series of reports conducted by the Defense Department, the intelligence community, and the Task Force on Climate Change, which was created by the Navy to look at the effects of climate change on military forces. One of the most serious threat analysis was done by a dozen of the country's most respected admirals and generals in the 2007 CNA report entitled National Security and the Threat of Climate Change. In this study, these retired admirals and generals concluded that climate change poses a serious threat to America's national security and that the national security consequences of climate change should be fully integrated into national security and national defense strategies. The report goes on to say that climate change, national security, and energy independence all pose a related set of challenges for our military, and these threats should not be ignored or pushed down the road for future action. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, the bill before us today does exactly that. It pushes the challenge of regulating greenhouse gases, which contribute to climate change, down the road for further action at some later date somewhere down in the future. I do not believe that it is in America's best interest to delay acting on these threats that we know are currently endangering not only our health, but our way of life. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment so that we are not ignoring the warnings from our most esteemed military men, those who are in charge of our national defense, and that we are proactive in promoting the threat of climate change before we are past the tipping point. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Are there other members wishing to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, we're ready to prepare to vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Noes appear to have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments?
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from Utah, Mr. Matheson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from Utah has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will read the title of the amendment.
An amendment offered by Mr. Matheson.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes. The gentleman from...
Mr. Chairman, I have a perfecting amendment. Do you want me to offer it after the gentleman from Utah describes his amendment or before?
Is the gentleman... I would prefer that maybe the gentleman from New Hampshire offer his secondary amendment. This one first? Is that so this will be an amendment to the amendment?
That's correct.
Can the clerk read and then circulate the Bass amendment?
Amendment to the amendment offered by Mr. Matheson, offered by Mr. Bass.
And without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and if that amendment to the amendment could be circulated.
And I thank the chairman if I could...
And the gentleman suspend just for 1 second here. And the gentleman from New Hampshire is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment to the underlying amendment offered by Mr. Matheson.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for that. This amendment simply amends the last 2 lines of Mr. Matheson's amendment to further clarify the words policy that address this role. It substitutes the word policies that do not adversely affect the American economy, energy supplies, and employment. I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
If the gentleman will just suspend for a moment. I'll stop the clock because I don't think the amendments, either one, have reached the dais.
Well, if you want to start the clock again, I'll...
No, it's okay. I'll stop the clock. Maybe this is the time that I should have welcomed Mrs. Christensen and Mr. Walden back to the committee.
Mr. Chairman, could I... Yeah. Is he still here? Introduce a former committee member who's here today, Greg Gansky?
I don't think he's here in the room.
He was here a minute ago. Dr. Gansky, excuse me.
Okay. All right. The amendments are now in place. Are there any other members willing to speak on the amendment offered by Mr. Bass to the Matheson amendment?
Should I speak now on my amendment?
If not, should we open? Yeah, well, speak on the Bass amendment. Go ahead. Gentleman from Utah is recognized on the...
I'm happy to speak on my amendment. Do we need to vote on the second?
Yeah, well, what I'd like to do is vote on the Bass amendment first if there are no other members wishing to speak on that. If not, we will vote on the Bass amendment.
Mr. Chairman, let me...
Yes, gentleman from California.
What I see happening is the Bass amendment would modify the Matheson amendment, say Congress should fulfill that role. That role is to develop a policy. but be sure that whatever policy they have does not adversely affect the American economy, energy supplies, and employment. Well, it may affect some adversely and others more positively, but I guess my question to Mr. Matheson is, does he object to Mr. Bass's proposal?
You know, I don't object to Mr. Bass's proposal. I think that this is a sense of Congress resolution. I understand these terms are not specifically defined, but I think that it's a reasonable sense of Congress, and so I'm comfortable with the Bass language.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Matheson is willing to accept the amendment,
Well, the gentleman from California yield for one second. I
Yeah,
would
sure.
say that the term adversely can be interpreted as one chooses to interpret that. It depends on who's involved. That's why the word was chosen.
Okay, well,
I yield back my time, and I'm prepared for the vote.
If no other member seeks time to speak on the Bass amendment to the Matheson amendment, we will consider the Bass amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The amendment as a secondary amendment to the Matheson amendment is agreed to. And now what I'd like to do is recognize Mr. Matheson for 5 minutes to speak in support of his amendment. Gentleman from Utah is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not use all 5 minutes. I do want to just clarify one thing from, I filed 2 amendments for the subcommittee markup last week, neither of which I've offered today. One of them was dealing with the reporting language, which I still hope we can continue to have discussions about ways to gather information. I think information is powerful and important for everyone, and I want to continue to work on that. And secondly, during the subcommittee markup, I talked about an amendment that would address all the other regulations coming down the pike right now from EPA. I think an amendment that would help harmonize that process, analyze how they all fit together, and look at the economic impacts of those regulations would be helpful for consumers, for industry, for the regulators, for everyone. I plan on working that as a standalone piece of legislation. We determined through more discussions it wasn't appropriate as an amendment to this bill. This amendment today is pretty simple. We've been listening to a lot of discussion from both sides regarding the science behind climate change. I think that climate change is happening. I think that it's important that we offer some sense of Congress, that we acknowledge that there is discussion of this in the scientific community, that there is information that shows that things are changing. This amendment really makes that point that it's changing and has global implications, and that there's a U.S. policy role in trying to address the problem. So for all the rhetoric we've had, perhaps this is one area where we can at least agree on some basic sense of Congress that there's an issue out there we ought to look at, and that's the purpose of this amendment. I appreciate Mr. Bass's perfecting amendment, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. What other members would like to speak? Let me go to Mr. Bass, and then I'll come back to Mr. Waxman. Mr. Bass?
Thank you,
Recognized
Mr.
for
Chairman.
5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word. I want to thank my friend from Utah for offering this amendment, and I think it's important because I believe that climate change is real. It's a problem that needs to be addressed, and we need to develop practical, balanced, pragmatic solutions to reduce emissions, and while at the same time providing an element of certainty in our economy. I believe that the Congress should have the primary authority for doing this, not the Environmental Protection Agency. And it is my interpretation of H.R. 910 that it is an effort to assure that that separation and that authority is maintained. I think to myself what it would be like if if there were other pieces of legislation that failed to make it through one Congress, and then the agency with jurisdiction proceeded through what some would believe to be an appropriate path and others not, to implement a law whether or not it was passed. And so I hope that we can work over the near and midterm to reauthorize the Clean Air Act in a bipartisan fashion. As the sponsor of a Clean Air Act reauthorization measure that was introduced by me and Senator Gregg and 2 Democratic senators and a couple Democratic members of Congress back in 2005, which did include a carbon dioxide title, I think it's important that we continue to address this issue and assure that at some future point the Congress will take up the issue of of carbon dioxide and appropriate, balanced regulation of it. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Waxman, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, we had 3 amendments, and they were findings based on the overwhelming scientific consensus that has been presented from the experts. We had a proposal to say that that climate change was occurring, and that was defeated. We had an amendment saying that that it was caused by man-made activities. That was defeated. And we had another one that said we recognize that this is having an adverse effect on health, and that was defeated. Those were simply findings. They didn't change the bill. I know that the argument was made that it changed the bill, but it didn't, because the bill said EPA cannot do anything. So now what we're going to have before us is something that's a lot less a scientific concern, and that in that concern we want something done about it on an international basis. The U.S. has a role to play. Congress should develop a policy, but when you develop a policy, it shouldn't affect the American economy, energy supplies, and employment. Now, this is a statement of congressional intent. To me, it is about as meaningful as the resolution that was adopted after the repeal of the health care bill. Because after the repeal of the health care bill, we passed a proposal saying we want to do all these things that the health care bill did. We want to make sure people can get health care insurance even though they have pre-existing conditions. We want to stop the insurance company from discriminating and revoking policies when people get sick or putting limits on those policies. We want to cover the uninsured. So all of those things were a statement of the intent of Congress. Now we have another statement of the intent of Congress. Where's the beef? Where's the proposal? What is it that you would have us do? I agree we need to work on an international basis, but quite frankly, if every country worked together to solve this problem and lived up to their obligations in the Copenhagen Accord, that will put us in the ballpark of addressing this problem. That means the U.S. must act. But the U.S. is not going to act unless we have an international action that we're assured will not disadvantage any industry. This is a good sense of Congress that I would equate to a noodle. It doesn't, if you push a noodle forward, it doesn't move. What will move is when we have some ideas put on the table for accomplishing those goals. And those goals are exactly the goals that were rejected in the first 3 amendments. Now, I won't object. I won't vote against. I'll vote for this proposal. It's better than just saying the situation doesn't exist. If it exists enough to have scientific concern, all right, you at least get that. But the real test will be, what do you have to say about the problem? We tried to legislate, and there were no alternatives by the Republicans in the last Congress. The Supreme Court said EPA has jurisdiction, and they're trying to regulate. The answer by the Republicans is to stop that from happening. We thought that at least ought to be findings of what scientists already tell us is the situation, but we couldn't get that as part of the bill. Now, if we have a sense of Congress, if that's the best we can do, I find that somewhat lame, but better lame than nothing, I suppose. And I just want to point out that this is a sense of Congress. It's not a proposal, and it's attached to a bill that specifically rejects EPA's action, rejects EPA's scientific finding, rejects the ability of EPA to act even on motor vehicles, and even in the tailored rule that they have proposed to only go after new sources that will be large emitters who can reduce their emissions simply by greater efficiency. And if that's not good enough, then we'll have a sense of Congress. But if this is a get well amendment, I think it's a little sick. It doesn't get us well. It just keeps us from dying. And let's hope we get some rebirth by some legislative proposal that you'll all come up with, other than just saying no to legislation, no to EPA, no to regulation, but no to the problem existing. But yes, Congress should be concerned and maybe do something about it. Yield back my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members wishing to speak on the Matheson as amended by Bass amendment? Mr. Bill Bray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, we've got to remember, we're not talking the general, a universal application of the issue of climate change. We're talking specifically of the proposals of the EPA to try to address it within their existing jurisdiction. And when I would prefer that this amendment have right on the top of it that there is no scientific evidence to show that EPA stated strategies will fulfill the goals of addressing climate change. Okay? Right up front. But that's not what we have the vote on here. The fact is, the science, it can be talked about on one side. Again, as I said before, there is no science and no testimony that we have received that the EPA is going to solve this problem with the implementation at a price tag, just of the EPA's price tag, of over $400 million, not talking about the others. And let me just make an editorial note. There was a reference to last year's effort or response to climate change crisis. In the words of Vern Ehlers, who I think we all respect him as a noted scientist, last year's proposal was long on taxes and short on caps. There wasn't a cap on emissions. There were taxes on emissions, and there was a whole different issue that when we talk about that. Mr. Chairman, if we were sitting up here as an air board and EPA came before us with the proposals they did this last week, talking about how they were going to address emissions, there is not an air board in this country that would accept the EPA strategies as part of a SIP. There's nobody would accept the EPA strategy or their testimony as being reasonable if you were operating as a local air district. And I think those of us in Congress may want to take time to talk to those who've actually implemented these laws and understand that, number one, the law was never meant and never designed to address this kind of issue. Second, the standards that we're setting for and allowing the EPA to set are so low that no local air district would ever accept it from their own staff. And my attitude is that we set standards on local governments all over this country, and we expect them to perform, but Congress in Washington refuses to raise itself up to the same standards. And by accepting EPA and the testimony we received last week just really shows that basically the politics goes in front of the science, and for somebody to keep talking about one side ignores the science when they can't admit that both sides have ignored science on this issue coming and going. There is no moral high ground when it comes to the application of science on this issue, Mr. Chairman. But I think this amendment, even though it doesn't include a clarification that EPA can't fulfill the goals that they claim they're going after with their strategies, even if it doesn't point out there's no scientific data to prove their point or to justify their strategies, I will join with the gentleman from Utah and support his amendment. I yield.
Will the gentleman yield before you yield back?
I yield to the gentleman from California.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We understand you have objections that this EPA rule will not solve this problem of climate change for the planet Earth for the next century. We understand you have concerns about that. So I guess I have a question. Have you or any other Republican in the U.S. House of Representatives ever introduced a bill that would solve that problem? And
Mr.
Could you point us to it?
Reclaiming my time, I have brought up item after item that there are items in the previous efforts made last year that totally ignored the rational and identified answers to a lot of these issues, and that it included last year's proposal, included issues that scientists have known to be a problem for over 15 to 20 years. So trying to work with the last year's proposal was maybe the mistake this member made, thinking that there was really people that wanted to solve this problem and address it rather than trying to exploit it. And that's been my frustration with that. And I've been very happy to work with Democrats, Republicans, and Independents across California at addressing air pollution crisis. But sadly, when you come to Washington, political agendas and hidden agendas seem to take a precedence over good science and sustained efforts at solving the problem. And I hope to be able to work with the gentleman from both sides of the aisle to be able to address this issue, but to do it that solves the problem, not moves other agendas and only spends money and doesn't get to the goal. And let me remind all of us, unlike other environmental issues, we're in a timeline here. If we don't do the right thing enough, quick enough, we might as well just talk about mitigation of climate change rather than trying to avoid it. Now I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there other members wishing to speak on this amendment? If not, the vote occurs on the Matheson as amended by Bass amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Barton?
Strike the requisite number of words.
The gentleman is recognized for 5
This will be very brief. Mr. Chairman, I have a letter from a physicist that I wanted to distribute. I've given it to the Republicans. It's a letter that was sent to Lisa Jackson by the retired head of the physics department at the University of Connecticut that talks about the science of global warming, and I'm told that Democrat staff has said that we have to get unanimous consent to distribute it to the Democrats. So I would ask unanimous consent if the letter from Professor Hayden could be submitted to the Democrats on the committee.
Is there objection to releasing the letter to the members on the Democratic side? If not, without objection, the amendment or the letter can be distributed. Would recognize now the gentleman from Massachusetts to offer an amendment. Does it?
Thank you, Mr.
Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Markey 016.
An amendment offered by Mr. Markey.
And without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The staff will distribute the amendment, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I thank the gentleman very much. My amendment is very simple. It says that the limitations imposed by the Republican legislation do not apply under the Clean Air Act that will reduce the demand for oil. In recent weeks, we have seen the people of Egypt, Tunisia, and Libya demanding democracy instead of dictators. But with this change comes uncertainty and instability in the region. And the shift in the political winds is now hitting American families in the wallets. At $3.55 per gallon nationally, gasoline is at the highest price it has ever been at this time of the year. In 1985, we imported a quarter of our oil. Today, it is well above half of the oil that we import. And prices have quadrupled during that time. The hundreds of millions of dollars we send overseas to buy oil every day accounts for 1/2 of the American trade deficit. Oil money supports Iran's nuclear program, roadside bombs in Iraq, rockets for Hezbollah and Hamas, and hate-filled Wahhabi teachings in Saudi Arabia. Historically, fuel economy standards have been our most important weapon in reducing oil imports. As fuel efficiency went up between 1979 and 1985, oil imports fell from 8 million barrels per day to 4.2 million barrels of oil per day. As fuel efficiency standards stagnated, oil imports tripled between 1985 and 2005 to 12.5 million barrels per day. Now that President Obama has accelerated the implementation of language that I co-authored to increase fuel economy standards, we see that once again the dangerous trajectory of oil imports is coming down. In addition to making absurd claims about the impact that EPA's Global Warming Authority will have, Republicans have also begun to assert that the legislation we are considering today will actually decrease gasoline prices. Of course, we know from the past month that the tighter global demand for oil is dependent upon geopolitical events which are perceived to threaten the continued supply, and as a result, the gas prices go higher and higher. So let's look at our oil imports going into the future, with and without EPA authority to reduce oil demand. If we preserve EPA's authority to reduce greenhouse gases and reduce oil demand, we have a drop in the amount of oil which we will import, as you can see on the orange dotted line. Imports fall from more than 9 million barrels per day today to less than 4 million barrels per day by 2030. That removes everything we currently import from OPEC. We import approximately 5 million barrels of oil a day from OPEC. We know that that will happen on the trajectory which the current law currently will take us. But the bill as written will prevent EPA from taking any steps to reduce our dangerous dependence on foreign oil. It puts America on the path indicated by the brown dotted line, which is the Department of Energy's current baseline projection that assumes no further progress will be made. The Upton-Imhoff bill, as written, opens up the existing car and light truck oil saving standard to legal challenge. This could add 500,000 barrels per day to our oil import tab. It removes EPA's authority to move forward with any future regulations that will have the effect of curbing oil use from cars or trucks. That could add up to 700,000 barrels of imported oil per day by 2030. And it will prevent EPA from doing anything to reduce oil use from planes, trains, boats, or other industrial sources. That could add another 2.5 million barrels of imported oil per day. The Republicans are busily raising the specter of the Clean Air Act's devastating economic impacts, despite reports showing that the Clean Air Act has historically led to increases in jobs and will provide $2 trillion in benefits in 2020. But what Republicans are planning in order to address this fabricated threat will create a real threat, a real danger to our country, which is increasing imports from OPEC. The Upton-Imhoff bill, in its current form, will lead to massive increases from the Middle East. More domestic oil demand for oil, coupled with declining oil reserves and skyrocketing demand from China and India, is a recipe for dramatic increases in gasoline prices. My amendment will solve this problem by ensuring that EPA can take action to reduce oil demand. I urge support for my amendment to increase our national and economic security, and I thank the Chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair would recognize the gentleman from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask counsel a question?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, my question would be is that if the administrator has the ability under their power to take such action as would reduce the demand for oil, does that mean that they would be forced, if I vote for this, they would be forced to issue more permits for mining coal and allow more drilling of natural gas?
It would not require them to do anything as far as additional supply. It's just related to reduced demand.
I guess my question is, it says, though, that they could use any of their powers if such promulgation, action, or consideration would reduce the demand for oil. And I will add in the friendly comment back here. Does that mean that we could use, that they would be then required to do that for not only coal and natural gas, but also domestic oil?
Not necessarily for coal or domestic oil. It's just reduced demand for oil. It's just prescriptive with respect to reduced demand for oil. So, and to that point, it also natural gas. They would not have to evaluate it for that either.
I guess I'm asking the opposite. If they evaluate it that it's going to reduce oil, wouldn't that force them to use other natural resources such as coal and natural gas?
Not necessarily. It could be associated with just an increase in the price of oil, and therefore oil demand went down.
All right. So if I might follow up then, so that could even include just anything to raise the price of oil, because it would then make the demand go down?
Yes.
by definition. I thank you, and I yield back my
Chairman.
time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman yields back. Gentleman from California.
I think that's a misleading answer because there are other ways to reduce the demand for oil, and that would be fuel efficiency in automobiles and motor vehicles, not necessarily a higher price for gasoline. Let me put it this way. The bill says EPA cannot act. That's what this bill is all about. The Markey Amendment said, oh, but EPA can act if it will reduce our use of oil. So we're leaving a little part of the ability for EPA to take action. EPA has already taken action in establishing fuel efficiency standards for automobiles. It's already in effect, and it's been successful. We are reducing our demand for oil because of the fuel efficiency standards, and we are importing less oil because of it as well. Now, EPA cannot impose a tax. Am I right, Counsel? Can EPA impose a tax on oil?
No, not a tax.
Okay, so what you said before isn't quite accurate because there are other ways to reduce the demand for oil, which is within EPA's jurisdiction.
Well, I guess
now, let me complete my thoughts on this. The bill before us takes away EPA's ability to act. Chairman Upton said this bill is necessary because EPA's greenhouse gas requirements will increase gasoline prices. That was one of his main arguments against this bill. Well, I believe this bill will increase our dependence on foreign oil and increase the cost for consumers at the pump. So to be sure we don't do that, the Markey Amendment would say that EPA could act on common sense things like fuel efficiency standards. The bill before us prevents EPA from acting in the future on fuel efficiency standards, and many of us believe it even goes so far as to put in jeopardy what they've already done. The Upton-Inhofe bill explicitly prohibits EPA from getting even more savings for model years after 2016. So instead of allowing EPA to work with industry, states, and environmental groups to develop standards for 2017 and beyond, the Upton-Inhofe bill strips EPA of this authority. Well, that's exactly the wrong approach. The bill also may actually threaten the existing 2012 to 2016 standards that everyone agreed on. The Republicans said they want to preserve those standards, and they tried to do that in the bill. But we don't think that they've done it correctly. And simply put, the Clean Air Act requires EPA to make the Upton-Inhofe bill repeals the necessary findings that would accomplish this result. So I think the Markey Amendment is needed if we want to do at least that part of the activities that will lower gas prices, because we're lowering the demand. If we don't lower the demand, and if there's less of a supply, as we are now seeing, guess what? The price goes up. So better to accept the Markey Amendment, reduce the demand for oil, and therefore reduce the price and help the American consumers. What they've done so far has been a great success. There's every reason to believe if we can hold on to that, we'll continue that success. And so I would urge members to support the Markey Amendment. It doesn't deal with coal. It doesn't deal with natural gas and the stationary sources. It doesn't have an impact on stationary sources. It only deals with the motor vehicle part of what is causing the carbon emissions, the greenhouse gases, and allows EPA to act.
Mr. Chairman. Gentleman, yield back his time. As I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky, I would just say that the reason that you're right, this bill will, or without this bill, you will lower the demand for energy. You will lower the demand for energy, in my view, because you're going to dramatically increase the cost. And that is not the way that I believe that we should be going, which will hurt the lower and middle income families more than any other. the letters that we have received from a multitude of different organizations, whether it be the refiners or others, have indicated that without this legislation, the cost to produce that energy is going to get higher. And when it does, as we know, the demand has to drop because there are folks, families, and businesses that simply cannot afford the higher energy prices, and they will go someplace else, particularly the businesses will go someplace else. And that's why I believe that this legislation is needed so that we will not allow those energy prices to go up and thus help with the energy supply for all Americans. Before I yield, I want to yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One point that I would just like to make, under our legislation, certainly NHTSA still has the authority to deal with the greenhouse tailpipe standards, and we know that NHTSA can regulate in this area pursuant to the authority under the Energy Policy and Conservation Act that was passed some time ago. And our legislation, I might also add, does leave in effect the agreement between the automakers, EPA, and administration, DOT, for the years 2012 through 2016. And we always have this cost-benefit analysis standpoint because as you clean up the environment on auto emissions, for example, one way we did that was boutique fuels, reformulated fuels. Well, every time you do that, you raise cost. And that's precisely what will happen with these greenhouse gas regulations proposed by EPA. We're going to raise costs throughout society because of the additional cost to meet the requirements. And when you do that, our economy, we become less competitive in the global marketplace. It makes it more difficult to create jobs. And that is one of our focal points today, is having a strong economy growing with jobs. And at this time, I would yield to the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you. I would speak out strongly against the Markey Amendment. Listen, again, this whole debate is about increasing the cost of energy for our country. A greenhouse gas rule raises the cost on any fossil fuel. I don't care if it's crude oil. I don't care if it's electricity generated by coal. I don't care if it's natural gas. When you price carbon, you add additional price to the cost of any energy. And if you want to talk about our reliance on imported crude oil, a great way to ease that is to go to a all-the-above energy strategy, which makes new crude oil available in the OCS and ANWR, et cetera, coal to liquid, oil sands from Canada, all these things which will be dramatically impacted by the imposition by the EPA to regulate greenhouse gases. So if we want to move to energy security, decrease our reliance on imported crude oil, the number one major obstacle is the EPA and greenhouse gas regulation. And I'll yield back to my colleague from Kentucky.
And I would balance my time to Mr. Scalise of Louisiana.
Thank the gentleman from Kentucky for yield, and I'll ask counsel real quickly. Just reading this amendment, when they talk about the empowering, in essence, the EPA administrator, tasking the EPA administrator with coming up with promulgating regulations that would reduce emissions if the administrator determines that such promulgation will reduce demand for oil. If the EPA administrator determined that a regulation would, for example, as we've had testimony on cap and trade and even some of these regulations, run millions of jobs out of our country, the EPA administrator could show that those millions of people that no longer are driving to work would actually reduce the country's demand for oil. Would that then empower the EPA administrator to force those promulgated rules that then increase the price of gasoline to, say, $10 a gallon, where you would be assured of running those jobs away and reducing the demand for oil because people couldn't afford to drive?
That hypothetical could fit within this language.
Well, maybe that's the gentleman from Massachusetts' goal, is to continue to see gas prices skyrocket even more. I know the EPA administrators made comments that even under cap and trade, the president said energy prices would skyrocket. The EPA administrator says her regulations would actually be even more costly. So maybe their goal is to raise gas prices. Our goal is to stop these massive gas price hikes, to stop this evacuation of jobs out of our country. And this amendment clearly gives the EPA administrator the ability and the authority and the task of actually increasing the price of gasoline, because that would reduce the demand. That's ridiculous.
Gentleman's time is
I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to speak? Gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, I move to strike the requisite number of words, and I yield my time to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Markey.
I thank the gentlelady very much. I want to explain in very plain language what the goal of the Markey Amendment is. The goal of the Markey Amendment is the same goal that President Kennedy had in 1961 when he told Khrushchev, with Sputnik delivering a message of technological security from the sky to the United States on a daily basis, that we were going to put a man on the moon in 8 years and return him safely to the United States, and that we were not going to allow the Soviet Union to control the national security agenda of the planet. The point of the Markey Amendment is that we are not going to tie the hands of the EPA to look at the ways in which we can improve the fuel efficiency of the vehicles which we drive, of the planes within which we fly, to look at the boats that people use in our country, so that we are looking at every single way in which trains, planes, automobiles, trucks, ships in our country consume oil, and that we are going to invent our way. We are going to develop technologies that will make it possible for America to be more efficient, to work smarter and not harder in the consumption of energy by improving the technologies and the way in which they consume oil, and to tell OPEC that within the next 15 to 20 years, we're going to back out all of the oil which we consume right now that is imported from OPEC. And we're going to tell them we don't need their oil any more than we need their sand. That is the point of this amendment, okay? That's it, plain and simple. It's not more complicated than that, that we're going to invent our way out of this in the same way that President Kennedy said, we're going to invent our way to superiority over the Soviet Union in 8 years. We're going to do the same thing here. That's what this debate is all about. Now, if you believe that, we can't do it, if you believe that our country is incapable of increasing from 25 to 35 miles per gallon the auto efficiency in our country, then fine, vote no. If you believe that we cannot go from 35 to 45 miles per gallon over the next 20 years, fine, vote no. If you think that it's too big of an imposition on America to be able to invent those new technologies, vote no. If you think the same is true for the way in which planes and ships and trains consume oil, you vote no. If you think America can't do it, vote no. If you think that this technological giant, which is the United States of America, can't respond to the challenge of OPEC, of Al-Qaeda, you vote no. But just understand, in voting no, you are providing the funding for our enemies in the Middle East. You are providing the funding for those countries in the Middle East that without the United States would not be able to sell those 5 million barrels of oil to us. Just understand what the vote is about. I'll tell you what it's all about, quite simply. This is the national security issue. Yeah, they debate this issue in the Foreign Relations Committee. They debate this issue in the Armed Services Committee. We're the committee that sends the message to OPEC. We're the committee that makes them toss and turn at night as to whether or not we are going to put together a technological plan that basically breaks our dependence upon that imported oil from OPEC and exports that technology to countries all around the planet that will break their dependence upon imported oil and in turn break the back of OPEC and break the back of Al-Qaeda. That's what this debate is all about, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to color it in any other way, you be my guest. But I'll tell you what the intent of the Markey Amendment is. He's sick and tired for 36 years on this committee, from the first oil spike through today, of somehow or other not connecting it to every recession that we've had from 1973 to today. There's been an oil spike every single time for every recession, and every time a price of a barrel of oil goes up $10 a barrel, 2 to 3 tenths of a percent is then taken off of our GDP for that year. Every single time an oil spike is tied to the recession. And what is that recession tied to? It's tied to something that happens with OPEC. So if you want to pretend that there is no connection, you can vote no. But if you want to begin to control our economic, our trade deficit, and most importantly, our national security, you vote yes on this amendment, because it's going to challenge America to respond in the same way President Kennedy asked our country to respond in the 1960s to the Soviet Union and their threat to our national security, and that's all this is about. And I believe in America, and I believe in our technological genius and our people's ability, once they receive a signal, to be able to accomplish this goal. It's as simple as that.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other members wishing to comment on the
Mr.
amendment? Gentleman from California,
I'd like to revisit
Mr.
number of words.
Bilbray, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me try to bring us back to a little reality. I think there's times we've worked together on both sides of the aisle. I was very proud to be the author of the bill that allowed consumers to be able not only know their mileage, but also the emissions in their car, that sticker that sits next to the mileage. But let's talk about the agency that we're sort of entrusting with our energy independence. They have maintained a CAFE standard for a fuel mixture that is not legal to be used in this country. The CAFE standard, ladies and gentlemen, I hope this committee addresses it, is a standard that has been outlawed for years. So the CAFE standard that American consumers are shown is not a real-world standard. EPA has never even considered addressing that issue. The fact is, EPA, we talked about the tailpipe standards, and granted that the measurement of fuel efficiency is and mileage is based on carbon measurement at the tailpipe. But 21 years ago, the best scientists in the world on clean air, California, abandoned the tailpipe standard. They told the world it was obsolete and misleading and terrible to use as a measurement. But EPA continues to cling on to a measurement that has been proven false by science 21 years ago. And at the same time that EPA is quick to tell the private sector that it has to spend money, raise consumer products, and actually expend economic effort to extend mileage, the same EPA has ignored the opportunity, as scientists have identified in studies, to increase efficiency of range of cars 22% while reducing the emissions the same management. The EPA ignored the fact that instead of going after government, instead of looking at making things more expensive, going after private sector, they've ignored the fact that government is not doing its fair share. And I point out the fact that EPA still has not addressed the fact that we could be reducing 22% of our emissions and our fuel consumption if we would only make sure that states and local agencies started looking at traffic management as part of a fuel efficiency process. There's that much wasted traffic management going on in this country that EPA, the agency that you're saying is the answer to our fuel efficiency, has totally ignored on that. And I bring these issues up across the board, not just to oppose this amendment, but to really try to say, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, if you really want to get it done, don't depend on EPA to do it. Let's bring these issues back before our committee and be brave enough to address the issue that the CAFE standard is antiquated, flawed, and inefficient, that tailpipe emissions should be replaced with total emission standards, and the fact that traffic management and telling our cities, our counties, and our states, and our federal government that pollution needs to be addressed with our traffic management and fuel efficiency needs to be addressed, then and only then can we really start talking about the fact that we care as much as we do about air emissions and fuel efficiency. So, again, I hope that we're able to defeat this amendment, but I hope we don't forget there's a whole lot of things that this committee hasn't done and that needs to be done, and depending on EPA to pull it off is not substantiated either by science or by history, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there other members wishing to speak on this amendment? If not, Mr. Terry.
I'll be very quick. But I do want to thank Mr. Markey for helping us along in this debate. This amendment recognizes that the EPA does not have authority to regulate greenhouse gases, and this would offer, or in fact resolve that issue by giving them the legislative authority to regulate. So I appreciate the recognition that they don't have the authority now.
Gentleman yields back. Are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on the amendment. Yes, the gentlelady from California.
Mr. Chairman, I've tried to be a diligent member and not
Gentlelady
only
is recognized
participate.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you. To not only participate, but to listen to the debate and all the amendments offered. I'd like to ask the majority, and maybe the chairman can answer this on behalf of the majority. What is your plan? We know you're against the EPA. We know that you don't want any regulations relative to greenhouse gases. You don't believe in the science. We know all the things that you're against. But what is your plan for reducing America's addiction and dependence on foreign oil that is bad foreign policy, that is bad economic policy for our country, and it is very poor public health policy for our country? So maybe someone can articulate what you are for. Are you going to bring forward a broad and a full plan? What is it that you're for? We know what you're against. Tell us what you're for, and I'll yield back.
Well, for me, I'd like to respond that I am for an all of the above plan.
No. It's not about you personally. I'm asking the majority. What are you for? What are you going to bring forward?
Well, he's trying to answer.
I can say that for me, and you addressed the question to the chair, I want to increase our supply. I believe that, as I said a few minutes ago, that I believe that this particular amendment, as it talks about when it specifically in line 11 refers to will reduce demand for oil, I believe that without this legislation, we will be reducing the demand for oil because we are going to be increasing the cost to every consumer that's out there. This bill prevents the EPA from regulating greenhouse gases, something that was specifically prohibited in the Clean Air Act as the Congress debated that issue back in 1990. The Senate had the provision that would allow the EPA to regulate greenhouse gases, and the House rejected the Senate provision. The Senate receded to the House, and this was not then part of the 1990 Clean Air Act.
Will the gentlelady yield to me? Is the chairman saying that without this legislation, are you saying that with this legislation the prices will go down?
No, this
or the prices will
legislation
go up?
will prevent prices from going up
and
higher than they are today.
Okay, how will that happen in the situation with oil and gasoline? How will the prices not go up when we have the problems in the Middle East? We're seeing gas prices go up right now. What EPA is doing has not even gone into effect. You take away EPA's power, how are you going to keep the price of gasoline from going up if you don't reduce the demand? Can you increase the supply
Will the gentleman
sufficiently?
yield? Will the
Can you increase the supply sufficiently when the United States burns 25% of the world's oil resources?
Will the gentleman
We only have
yield?
3%. How do you figure out how to reduce the demand?
As the refiners testified, if you allow the EPA to regulate greenhouse gases, it will dramatically increase their costs, which obviously will then be passed along to every consumer that's out there. So the
Well, I dispute that, but if you have no law at all, if you have this law passed, EPA stopped from acting, how do you deal with the problem? That was the question that my colleague asked.
The way that you deal with the problem is that you begin to look at the supply question, of which we've said no to just about everything out there. We've said no to further exploration in the Gulf. You look at the numbers that have been put out by the Department of Energy, and we'll be hearing from the Secretary tomorrow, already that we know that just in the last 4 or 5 months, the production in the Gulf has gone down by 250,000 barrels a day, and by the year 12 will be almost 500,000 barrels a day less than projected in 2009. We've known that Alaska, we've had a declining population declining production every single year for the last 10 to 12 years. We've seen giant swaths of land off our coast be put off limits, and I'm delighted that the President decided not to use SPRO
Well, just
as
if
was
the
a
gentlelady
consideration.
would yield to me further, do you think there ought to be tighter fuel efficiency standards to reduce the amount of oil used by
We
cars?
are seeing where we don't touch the fuel economy standards from 12 to 16.
But
that's
I
not in this
dispute
budget.
that. I dispute that. But you also keep EPA from doing anything more. And in fact, Council acknowledged in questioning that the only fuel efficiency standards that would continue are those under NHTSA and not under EPA. Isn't that correct, Council?
That would be right. NHTSA would continue to regulate fuel efficiency
Right,
as they
which
have.
would mean a 30% drop in what we're now achieving.
Well, as the gentlelady's time has expired, but I would just note that we continue to allow NHTSA to promulgate the regulations as it relates to fuel economy. Anyway, the gentlelady's time has expired. Are there further members wishing to speak? Or could we get-
Mr. Chairman, move to strike
Going
the
to this
requisite
side,
last word.
Dr. Gingrey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regard to the gentlelady from California's question, and I think it sounded, at least from my perspective, well, what is the majority trying to achieve with this bill? Well, obviously, in my opinion, we are trying to disallow an unelected agency, the EPA, from imposing a cap and tax, cap and trade regime on the American people that could not pass muster, although it did in this body, in this committee room under the Democratic majority in the 111th Congress. It died in the Senate wisely. And so this endangerment determination by the EPA would give them the ability to do the same thing by a bunch of unelected bureaucrats. And that, clear and simple, we're not going to let that happen. That would raise the energy prices for the American family at least $1,500 per year per family. In regard to what is our plan beyond this, Mr. Chairman, to the gentlelady from California and others on the other side of the aisle, our plan has been and remains an all-of-the-above approach. The chairman just indicated a number of these things. We have 420 trillion cubic feet of natural gas on the outer continental shelf, 80 billion barrels of petroleum in the outer continental shelf, 10 to 16 billion barrels of oil in ANWR, 2 trillion barrels of oil embedded in shale in the Rocky Mountain states. And what are we doing? We have the former majority's bill, energy bill, with Section 526 that says you can't go after those 2 trillion barrels of oil if there's one scintilla increase in the carbon footprint in generating and producing that petroleum so desperately needed by our Department of Defense and by our United States Air Force. So let me be very clear to my colleagues. This is an all-of-the-above approach. Every source that you want to suggest in that all-above approach has some problems. If you're talking about wind turbine, you got to worry about noise and birds. If you're talking about solar panels, you've got to worry about the massive amount of land that you would have to use to put down those solar panels. Obviously, if you're talking about petroleum and natural gas, you worry about carbon footprint. Of course you do. Nuclear power, we know what's going on in Japan. I don't have to elaborate on that, although I think that I would rather believe Edward Teller than Jane Fonda in regard to the risk of nuclear power. I'm not a China syndrome believer. So I think, Mr. Chairman, very clearly we need an all-of-the-above policy, and that's what we stand for, and that's what's best for the American people and globally to make this country independent from foreign sources, of which now we receive upwards of 50%. So I think that it's pretty clear what we're trying to achieve, and it's for the good of the American people, good for the economy, and good for jobs. I'll be glad to yield to any of my friends on either side of the aisle or yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman yields back the balance of his time.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to Mr. Markey.
I thank the gentleman, and I'm only going to speak very briefly in order to say this. When When I was a little boy and going to the Immaculate Conception Grammar School and then to Malden Catholic and Boston College Law School, Catholic school every day for 20 years, I was taught from the time I was a little boy that Jesus, when he was confronted with the problem of a dearth of food and drink, took 5 loaves and 2 fishes and was able to turn it into enough to feed 5,000 people with 12 baskets left over. And I believe that. I believe Jesus did that. However, the United States only has 2% of the world's oil reserves, and we consume 25% of the world's oil on a daily basis. And there's nothing, there's no theological free market belief, there's no geological reassessment that can change the amount of oil that is under the soil of the United States of America. It's 2%. So the question that we have for our committee, since we are the long-term planning committee for the national security of the United States, because oil is the single most important national security issue, is whether we're going to put together a plan for the fact that our population is going to go from 300 million to 400 million by the year 2050, and that those who are alive today will be consuming that 2% of the oil. What is the plan for those people? What are we going to put in place? And my argument is, with this amendment, is that we are going to look at the technologies which we consume. We are going to do so in a way that does not impact our economy, that actually makes us the technological giant which we are in this field. It reduces the amount of oil which we consume, consistent with the fact that we only have 2% of the oil in the world, and it damages our national security and economic security to ignore that fact long term, and that we are the technology committee. We are the committee with jurisdiction over how efficient the buildings, the appliances, and the vehicles, and boats, and the planes, and the trains, which we use in our country to propel our economy. And if we ignore that issue, that efficiency issue, then we do so at our long-term peril. And it's the people who are sitting here who are the National Security Committee for our country, because oil and OPEC in the Middle East is only going to rise like a mushroom cloud out of the Middle East as each decade goes by. Every one of us knows that. And we are the ones who have to respond. There is no theology here. It's geology that we're talking about. We only have 2% of the world's oil. Are we going to have a plan? And if we are going to have a plan, it has to be tied to how efficient the vehicles are that we drive in the long run. We can do more drilling in the short run, but in the end, we're putting straws in to find the remaining 2% of the world's oil reserves that we control. In the long run, we need a plan. And this committee, as it's presently debating this issue, is ignoring that reality. And I think we do so at our long-term national security and economic peril. And I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back to the gentleman.
I think Mr. Gonzalez, do you want to use the
Yeah, I
balance of
wanted
this
to
time?
be yielded.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I
Gentleman
thank
from
the
Crozatown.
gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, I just wanted to throw in a fact here on the heels of what our colleague, Mr. Markey, said. In fact, because of the standards that are in place in the U.S. today, our country will import almost 3 million barrels per day less in 2020 than we imported each day in 2007. So I wasn't facetious when I was saying, what is your plan? What exactly is your plan? I hear some bumper sticker things that I heard during campaigns, but I don't hear a serious plan coming out of a committee whose very title is Energy and Commerce. They are inexplicably linked to one another. Inexplicably linked to one another. And on Mr. Markey referring to our being a national security committee, I would remind my colleagues that Vice Admiral Dennis McGinn testified before the Environment and Public Works Committee saying that in 1 year, quote, we sent 300 $186 billion overseas to pay for oil, much of it going to nations that wish us harm. This is an unprecedented and unsustainable transfer of wealth to other nations, unquote.
Gentleman's time is expired. The gentleman from, I think we're ready to vote. Does the gentleman from Texas?
Just 2 minutes, sir. Especially
recognized for 2 minutes.
Being from Texas, I thought I'd get a little bit of special recognition when it comes to oil. I cannot support Mr. Markey's amendment, even though I agree with Mr. Markey that one way or another we need to start doing something about our dependency on foreign oil. If you look at the amendment, though, it seems to stand for the proposition that as long as it somehow reduces demand for oil, then it probably would be adequate area for the EPA or good policy. I don't agree with that. The recognition is simple. Oil, fossil fuel, for the foreseeable future is the transition fuel as we move into the renewables and the alternatives. We're not going to be able to do without it. So to a certain extent, I will agree with my Republican colleagues. We need more domestic production, which obviously relieves some of the dependency on foreign oil. But I also think we need to be honest with the American public that as far as dependency, it does mitigate. But as far as price, it probably won't do anything. A barrel of oil in Saudi Arabia or a barrel of oil in the United States, domestically produced, is set by global markets. So you tell me how that reduces the price at the pump. So let's be honest with the American people. But I still believe what Mr. Markey is attempting to achieve is something that needs to be achieved. We cannot be dependent to the extent that we are on foreign sources for oil. And efficiency and renewables and alternatives are all part of the mix. But as an example, now I voted for cap and trade. I voted for our bill, and I still believe it was a good bill, and the Senate didn't move on it, and we're here today. But do I actually believe that what we attempted to do previously and in our own bill has served us well when it comes to ethanol? Has anybody been reading what's going on with our food supply in the world and out of the United States? And that we now grow half of our corn crop as a fuel source? How wise was that? But did it reduce our dependency on foreign oil? I would say that you probably could answer that in the affirmative. Was it good policy? I'd say no. So that's really the debate today. And sitting here and listening through it all, you would say, we can't get there from here. I would like to think that we can. And with that, again, I commend Mr. Markey for his effort and regret that I would not be able to support the amendment as worded. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's 2 minutes has expired. I think we're ready for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. 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 Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton? Mr. Stearns? Mr. Stearns, no. Mr. Whitfield? No. Mr. Whitfield, no. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts, no. Mrs. Bono-Mack? Mrs. Bono-Mack, no. Mr. Walden? Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, no. Mr. Rogers? Mrs. Myrick? No. Mrs. Myrick, no. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Burgess? Mrs. Blackburn? Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Bilbray? Mr. Bilbray, no. Mr. Bass? Mr. Bass, no. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey, no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, no. Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta, no. Mrs. McMorris Rogers? Mr. Harper? Mr. Harper, no. Mr. Lance? Mr. Lance, no. Mr. Cassidy? Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie, no. Mr. Olson? Mr. Olson, no. Mr. McKinley? Mr. McKinley, no. Mr. Gardner? Mr. Gardner, no. Mr. Pompeo? Mr. Pompeo, no. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Kinzinger, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Waxman?
Aye.
Mr. Waxman, aye. Mr. Dingle. Mr. Markey.
Aye.
Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Towns. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone, aye. Mr. Rush. Mrs. Eshoo.
Aye.
Ms. Eshoo, aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel, aye. Mr. Green.
No.
Mr. Green, no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette, aye. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, no. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner, aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, no. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, aye. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow, no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, aye. Ms. Christensen. Ms. Christensen, aye. Mr. Upton.
No.
Mr. Upton, no.
Which members still like to vote? Mr. Barton?
Mr. Barton, no.
Mr. Rogers? Mr. Shimkus?
Rogers, no.
Mr. Walden?
Shimkus, no.
I'm sorry. Mr. Shimkus?
Did Mr. Walden vote? Mr. Walden, no.
Further, Ms. McMorris Rogers?
Ms. McMorris Rogers, no.
Mr. Towns?
Aye. Mr. Towns, aye.
Jan, did you vote? Jan, did you vote? Are there other members wishing to vote? If not, the clerk will report the tally. Clerk is ready.
Mr. Chairman, 16 aye, 34 nay.
16 ayes, 34 nay. The amendment is not agreed to. The chair would recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Jakowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like unanimous consent to put a couple things in the record. One is from the managing editor online of Scientific American, who refers to the so-called poll that was done of its members, which in fact was an online poll open to the internet, not just to its subscribers, which actually refutes entirely what Dr. Burgess had said about the opinion of Scientific American subscribers. In fact, what the poll says and what this article says by the managing editor is that it says that the big problem was that the poll was skewed by visitors who clicked over from the well-known climate denier site Watts Up. With that, run by Anthony Watts, the site created a web page urging users to take the poll. So it was skewed. More than 30% of the people who replied were sent over from that climate change denier website. So they say, Scientific American says they were horrified by co-opting the poll by WhatsApp users. And so I'd like to correct the record, and if I could, put this into the record. And the second document I'd like to put in is a poll, a bipartisan poll done by the American Lung Association by Mike Bosian and Andrew Bauman of Greenberg Quinlan Rosner Research, and John McHenry and Dan Judy of Ayers McHenry and Associates, Republican and Democratic pollsters, that actually 75% of the people who responded support the EPA setting tougher standards on specific air pollutants, including carbon dioxide. This actually is a scientific poll. The other was a skewed poll. And so this is just information I would like to place into the record.
Without objection, the documentation will be put in the record. Are there further amendments to the bill? The Chair would recognize the gentlelady from California.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the yes.
Clerk will read the title.
An amendment offered by Mrs. Capps.
And without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the staff will give the members copies of the amendment. And the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the amendment is very short. It makes sure that the amendments made by this act shall not apply until the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention determines that climate change is no longer a threat to public health. Mr. Chairman, in so many ways, our planet really is not healthy. In fact, I think you could make the case that it's very sick. As the planet's health deteriorates, our health will also be affected in new ways. So we have a choice. We can take the medicine that can help heal the planet, or we can ignore the symptoms and suffer the consequences. Sadly, H.R. 910 continues to ignore the symptoms. And there's now plenty of evidence that carbon pollution creates a whole host of health risks. Heat waves lead to increased death and illness, hotter temperatures worsen smog, and carbon dioxide worsens pollen, both of which contribute to respiratory illnesses like asthma. Extreme storms affect health and infrastructure. Disease-borne illnesses can spread more widely. Drinking water can become increasingly contaminated. Water and food supply security is challenged, and there are large numbers of people around the world, as well as here in the United States, who need assistance after each environmental disaster. That's why, and these are expensive costs to our society. That's why the nation's leading public health experts and organizations recognize carbon pollution as a serious health threat. That's why experts, and this bears weight on the poll that was just conducted by the American Lung Association and the American Thoracic Society and the American Public Health Association. All of these experts strongly oppose H.R. 910. They know this legislation would interfere with the EPA's ability to do its job, and that it would undermine critical EPA programs that have helped prevent millions of cases of respiratory illnesses each year, very costly cases, hundreds and thousands of asthma attacks, even hundreds of thousands of premature deaths annually among Americans. Mr. Chairman, there are also huge economic benefits to be achieved by enforcing the Clean Air Act. A rigorous peer review analysis conducted by the EPA found that air quality improvements will save $2 trillion by 2020, exceeding any cost by more than 30 to 1. Mr. Chairman, this is our chance to align ourselves with the public health professionals, with academic researchers, with medical practitioners, all who have concluded that climate change will negatively influence health. According to the latest assessment from the U.S. Global Change Research Program, Global Climate Change Impacts in the United States, I quote, "Climate change poses unique challenges to human health. There are direct health impacts. The consensus extends to our own CDC, whose former director, Dr. Julie Gerberding, testified, and I quote, climate change is anticipated to have a broad range of impacts on the health of Americans and the nation's public health infrastructure. More recently, Dr. Howard Frumkin at the CDC, currently in testimony before Congress recently, stated emphatically that climate change is a public health threat. The path forward is clear. Protect the law that protects the public's health, and we can all reduce health care costs and save lives. This is all jeopardized by H.R. 910, and so my amendment fixes the problem. It says the bill does not go into effect until the director of the CDC determines that climate change is no longer a threat to the public's health. I believe it's our duty here in this committee to support the government's efforts to reduce people's exposure to harm. The climate crisis was caused by humans, and I believe we can solve it as well. We must address the root of the problem, Mr. Chairman, which means reducing the emissions that contribute to climate change. That's what EPA is doing. We should fully support them in fulfilling its responsibility. I know that doctors and nurses abide by the principle, first, do no harm. They are taught to advocate above all for the health of the patients in their care. I believe doing nothing on climate change is the same as doing harm. That's why we should adopt my amendment to protect the public's health from the dangers of climate change. And
Gentlelady yields back. I know votes are being called on the House floor. I'd like to dispense with this amendment if we can before we have to leave for the multiple votes. Are there members wishing to speak in support or opposition to the amendment? Seeing gentlelady from Virgin Islands is recognized.
In the interest of time, I just want to support the amendment. It's clear that the Clean Air Act itself has saved lives and improved the health of people living in this country, and the regulation of the greenhouse gases will do the same. I just want to speak in support.
There are other amendments. Are there other members wishing to speak? If not, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say no. No. Noes appear to have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Mr. Inslee, gentleman from Washington State. The clerk will report the title.
Number 11.
Number 11, and we will ask unanimous consent to consider the amendment as read, and when we return, as the vote's been called, gentlemen, be recognized for 5 minutes. But we'll take a recess now until 5 or 10 minutes after the last vote on the House floor is completed. We have a couple of votes, I know. So when we come back, we'll deal with Mr. Inslee's amendment. Stand adjourned. That outer door to the hallway.
And that's not Pennant.
I wasn't by the screen at all. And with a pending amendment is the amendment offered by Mr. Inslee, who is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Wait 1 second. Shh. Yeah, no, we did report it. No, we did, yeah. Oh, did we not report the amendment? I thought we did. We did the title, and didn't I say it was considered as read?
I don't think, okay.
We did.
I thought you.
We did. And Mr. Inslee is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a disappointing day because this really is gutting a major part of the Clean Air Act. And if people disagree with that, they need to take it up with the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court has said under the Clean Air Act there's a requirement to protect human health associated with these gases. And this essentially makes it illegal to enforce the Clean Air Act. And it's disappointing because this whole thing started under Republican President Richard Nixon, enforced by EPA William Ruckelshaus, and I was in Seattle. But now we're really having a Republican war on science, and there are casualties on this war on science, and hundreds of thousands of casualties. In fact, there are 9 million U.S. children in the U.S. today who have been diagnosed with asthma at some point in their childhood. So there are 9 million potential casualties of this Republican war on science. This amendment would attempt to reduce those collateral damage by essentially saying that this act would not go into effect unless there is a finding that this will not increase the incidence of asthma in children. Now, unfortunately, we know that this will. We know this through unassailable, unequivocal consensus science. And I want to just point something out. There is not one single peer-reviewed scientific paper that says other than that human health associated with asthma will be aggravated as a result of this. And I think that's telling. From the National Academies of Science, which found that climate change is occurring and that it poses significant risks, from the EPA, to the American Public Health Association, which found specifically that public health effects of climate change include increasing likelihood of more frequent intense heat waves, and intense heat waves are associated unequivocally with increasing ground level ozone. According to the Centers for Disease Control, quote, heat also increases ground level ozone concentrations, causing direct lung injury and increasing the severity of respiratory diseases such as asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Now, 9 million children is a statistic, but one story is a tragedy. I just ran into a woman in a hall just before we broke Her son Lucas is 2.5 years of age, Lucas Bergman of Seattle, Washington. He was diagnosed at 14 months with asthma. Within the last several months, he's been treated in the emergency room 3 times, always during the weekend. Lucas Bergman is a collateral damage casualty of this war on science, and I don't think we should allow it to stand.
Will the gentleman yield?
Briefly.
Is the gentleman suggesting that climate change is leading to this child's asthma? I mean, this very child?
I am not suggesting, I am saying categorically, conclusively, without scientific uncertainty of any degree, that climate change gases will accelerate and aggravate the incidence of childhood asthma.
If
And
one
you
child-
cannot
one
find,
story-
let me finish, you cannot find one single peer-reviewed journal that will say to the contrary. Now, you can get people that are working with oil companies to blog all you want, but there isn't one established scientific body in the world today that says otherwise. Now, this is kind of seemingly a harsh thing to say. I like my Republican friends. They're colleagues. I respect them. But you can't run from the fact that by gutting the Clean Air Act, you make childhood asthma more frequent and more aggravated. And the reason is, if you don't understand the science, is that heat increases ground level ozone. And ozone aggravates childhood asthma. And if you've ever seen a kid trying to breathe, maybe you'd feel about this the way I do. I was given a speech the other day, and one of my staff started to choke on a piece of meat. And I can tell you that the look in a person's eyes who has trouble breathing makes you suggest that this is not such a good bill. And I am trying to reduce those casualties by this provision, which is very specific. And by the way, there's another war on science. There's another casualty in the war on science, and that's the truth. To trot out these things that, these phony baloney polls out of Scientific American that have been specifically essentially repudiated by the editors of the own magazine is the kind of baloney we have to deal with. And I just look forward to the times where we can work in a bipartisan fashion based on science, and the science of kids' health is real clear here. And before I yield, I'll give you that lady's phone number. You call the mother up of this kid, and you explain to him why your vote's a good idea. I'll yield.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Just to
5 minutes.
speak against the amendment, you know, my colleague from Washington State can get very impassioned, but the fact is that nothing in EPA's record regarding the push to regulate global warming gases supports this claim. In fact, the term asthma is mentioned only once in the endangerment finding in the context of particulate matter emissions from potential wildfires. Let me say that again. The term asthma is mentioned only once in the endangerment finding, and only with regard to wildfires, which even the EPA says is acknowledges there are exceptional events. So, as my colleague can prey on the emotions of taking and using young children, the worst event to human health is poverty. The worst thing that destroys families is poverty. And to say that all we're trying to do is say, let's don't charge for carbon use. It will increase energy costs. It will increase the gallon of gas. Even when we started this debate 2 years ago, it was 50 cents a gallon. Look at the cost of gasoline today. Look at the cost of electricity generation. Look what's going on in the world today with now the question on nuclear power. 20% of our electricity is nuclear power. 40% is coal. We want to raise the cost on coal power electricity. We want to continue to raise the cost of our manufacturing sector. What the real fact is that the public weighed in on this debate. And that decision by the public was made in November. And in November, the public sent a resounding signal to us to say no for the EPA to regulate and raise the cost of energy in this country. So this is a response. H.R. 910, the Energy Tax Prevention Act, is solely designed to say we're going to respond to the voters who sent us here. And they said, do not price carbon. Do not put us at a competitive disadvantage. Let the middle class grow. Let us thrive. The most damaging thing to individual health in the world is poverty. Low energy prices create a thriving economy that creates jobs and lifts up the middle class. That's what this fight's about. And it's unfortunate that we're using kids as a political tool when the EPA does not even mention asthma in the endangerment filing, and the EPA only mentions asthma in particulate matter in wildfire. I mean, that's just the facts. So, you know, there comes a time, my colleague, Mr. Whitfield, I'd like to yield to Mr. Whitfield for a minute.
Thank you. I just want to read one sentence from testimony given before this committee on this very issue from our witness, Dr. Roberts. We are fundamentally mistaken if we believe for 1 minute that greater EPA control over CO2 will make the slightest difference to asthma sufferers.
So, you know, facts are interesting things. When you quote them, they come back to haunt you when facts on this issue is on our side.
Gentleman yield.
The gentleman yield.
I'd be happy to yield to the Chairman Emeritus.
Thank you very much for yielding. I see how you're framing the debate.
I'm not framing the debate. You all are framing the debate on asthma. We're framing the debate on energy and energy costs. You're framing it on an assault on the health of children, where the EPA's own record says that asthma is only mentioned once in the endangerment finding, and that's with wildfires and particulate matter. So how dare you say greenhouse gases is a cause on an attack for kids on asthma?
The gentleman yield.
Would gentleman yield further?
I'd be happy to.
I wasn't framing the debate is not. I didn't mean that in a pejorative way. You're looking at it from a certain perspective, and I appreciate that perspective. You're looking at it in terms of the economic impact on our economy, the costs to the industries involved, and your statement about poverty being the biggest problem, I don't disagree with it. I think it's absolutely right. I just don't see how stopping EPA from acting solves any of those problems. The other
reclaiming my 1 second, you saw the coal miners and the 15,000 coal miners. Those families now live in poverty because of regulations. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair would recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Eshoo, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on that last note of coal miners, I'd love to know what the voting record of members here has been to enforce the regulations to protect coal miners, but that's a whole other issue. I rise in support of this amendment offered by Mr. Inslee and a co-sponsor of it, because I think that we need to do everything we can to protect the health of our families and of children. And if there's anything that's been said in this on this amendment that really has gotten under my skin, is the phrase "use children." Use children. That's really a cheap shot, because I think that everything we do should be geared toward children and what their future is going to be. That's one of the underlying and most important roles that Congress plays. Now, there are letters here, and if you don't think that the issue of asthma has anything to do with lungs, and especially how it affects children, the American Lung Association, the American Public Health Association, the American Thoracic Society, the Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America, Physicians for Social Responsibility, and the Trust for America's Health have written a letter in strong opposition to H.R. 910. So take a look at that. Maybe you tell them that, are they using children in this? There's another letter for the record that has come from as I said, I think I said the American Public Health Association, Congress should protect the Clean Air Act and reject Representative Upton's bill that would harm public health, says APHA. Now, in terms of the children, there are over 7 million kids with asthma in the lower 48 states. 7 million kids. Does anyone here have anyone in their family, young people that suffer from asthma, and see how they struggle with it? Then you know. And those that suffer from asthma are the most vulnerable to air pollution. And it's not just fires. You're right, Mr. Shimkus. Fires would aggravate asthma, anyone's asthma. But that's not the only thing that aggravates asthma. And that's why I think it's important that we give EPA the ability to regulate air pollution effectively. But as we're talking about health, I'm going to bring up virus again. There's a virus in the Congress. There's a hatred of agencies, an equally hated term in terms of that's a regulation, and the majority doesn't want agencies to be able to carry out the responsibilities that the Congress have given to them. And I think that's highly unfortunate because it's, in my view, you have to separate the wheat from the chaff. Go through regulations and see which ones are working and which ones aren't. But my God, to repeal something and not even have a plan? I mean, just by sitting here, you're stating that gas prices are going to go down. Yeah, that's in the Catholic Church, that's called infallibility. And some people even question whether the Pope has that or not. The EPA estimates that in 1990 alone, the implementation of the Clean Air Act prevented an estimated 18 million child respiratory illnesses and 850,000 asthma attacks. So these are facts, and the underlying bill would broadly eliminate EPA's authority. And then make no mistake about it. That's what you want to do. That's what you're getting to do. But don't suggest for a moment, that children are being used. That is deeply offensive. In fact, children will be affected. They are today, and it will worsen for children in our country if, in fact, that we do not have the ability to lessen those emissions rather, that we know are poison in people's lungs. But, you know, I guess if you don't believe in science, then you throw science out the window, you replace it with your virus against agencies and regulations, and replace it with nothing.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't going to speak on this, but there's been so many issues raised that I feel like I must. First off, there is nothing in the Act, the Upton-Inhofe Act that we're contemplating, that prevents the Environmental Protection Agency from continuing to regulate criteria pollutants, including particulate matter and ground-level ozone. So nothing changes after the passage of this Act about what the EPA can regulate today. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into a record the CDC's National Surveillance for Asthma, United States, 1980 through 2004. This is the number and rate of asthma deaths by year and the International Classification of Disease in the United States from 1980 to 2004. And it shows the trend line for asthma deaths in the United States steadily decreasing since the year 2000. Now, we are told that we've recently come through the hottest decade that's ever been known. If that is true and asthma deaths are related to global warming, one would expect to see an increase in the trend line, not a decrease. But the CDC has shown this, and I'll put it up. I don't think it's going to project very well, and I apologize for not having a slide, but I will make it available to members who want to look, and I would like to ask that it be, ask unanimous consent that it be included in the record.
Without objection.
And then finally, let me just say that this is not theoretical to me. I have asthma. I know what triggers asthma attacks for me. It's horses, it's dogs, it's cats, it's dust, it's household cleaning agents, or at least that's what I maintain at home. But it's not carbon dioxide. It never has been, it never will be. I exhale carbon dioxide every time I take a breath, and am fortunate enough to be able to breathe in and out. I exhale carbon dioxide. It does not trigger an asthma attack. My beloved horse at home will, so I've always got to be careful to be upwind of the horse. But I don't have to be upwind of the gases that I exhale, because carbon dioxide is not a trigger for asthma. So again, let me just stress, there's nothing that the EPA won't have tomorrow after the passage of this law that it doesn't already have today. It will continue to be able to regulate all the criteria pollutants under the Clean Air Act. It will continue to be able to regulate particulate matter, and it will continue to be able to regulate ground level ozone. So should either of those things change, the EPA has full authority to continue its regulation. I thank the Chair for their consideration. I'll yield back to Bill.
Gentleman yield.
Yeah, I'll be happy to yield.
I'd just like to point out, too, that the air districts where these health problems arise also have jurisdictions to address those. And CO2, if it's a precursor to ozone, is such a small one that historically air districts have not even bothered to look at that, because there are so many other emission issues that can affect the ozone and the asthma issue so much more, and it's so much more cost effective, which is, let me say, one of the great successes of the Clean Air Act that actually has us taking a look at giving priority to things that do the most good with the least amount of money. If you have these problems within an air basin, not only the EPA, but more importantly, the air district management people address those and address it in the most cost-effective way to be able to get the results so the children are protected. This is not an issue that would be applied globally. It's something to be applied locally where air risks occur, and that is within the scope of the intended purpose of the Clean Air Act, not a global strategy basically trying to address ice cap melt. I yield back to.
Thank you. The gentleman.
And I will just further point out that this is interesting that Mr. Inslee brings this up now. And we debated Waxman-Markey until the wee hours of the morning 2 years ago. I don't remember asthma being part of the debate that he brought up during the debate. This is new information. 2 years ago, it was all ice caps. And then after that, it was ocean acidification. And then one last Hail Mary, let's say it's kids' asthma that is going to be made worse by the passage of this act. Again, I would stress the EPA will not lack any tools for regulating criteria pollutants, ground level ozone, and particulate matter. And I'll yield back my time.
Yes, the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Christensen.
I just had to do a lot of research and reading on the impact of climate change and health, global warming and health, and every research paper that I looked at, any reports coming from any of the scientists, clearly listed asthma and respiratory diseases at the top of the list of diseases that would be exacerbated by climate change. Now, I believe that some of the greenhouse gases can exacerbate asthma, but it's not so much directly from the greenhouse gases, it's from the greenhouse gases' impact on climate change and the acceleration of climate change, which will create more asthma and respiratory diseases in our population. I'm a grandmother of a 4-year-old with asthma, and so I know what it's like. And as a physician, I've taken care of many patients with asthma. And I think the evidence is clear. That's why all of those associations are opposing this bill, because climate change, global warming will exacerbate asthma and respiratory diseases. And it's really interesting that as I was sitting in the meeting yesterday where we were giving our opening statements, I got an email from the Family Medicine CME newsletter, and the title of the article was Breathing Should Be Easy. I believe breathing should be easy, and I oppose this. I support this amendment.
He yields back. Is there further discussion? Yes, Mr. Bill.
Madam Chair, not to be argumentative, but I'd just like to point out to the gentlelady that the same organizations that you identified in the 1990s claimed that ethanol would be a great public health benefit and would be a great benefit to this country.
And it is.
And I didn't judge it. I'm just saying that that was their claim at that time. And I think the real concern I'd ask both of us on the aisle looked to is that we do not just accept that because one model may look like it supports the fact that we have this change, the other model, which is desertification and the change in the rain patterns, those studies now are starting to show that we do need to sit down and talk about is there going to be desertification as predicted, because that was a major component to the concerns about the particulate issue. So I just have to say openly, I think both sides of the aisle ought to take a look at the rainfall predictions and the modifications in rainfall and how that would affect things like desertification, because I think that even the most open-minded person has to understand that science modeling doesn't always work out. And even if you agree, which some of us do, that the temperature issue is modifying, the fact is the same scientists that are saying that, many of them, including some of the people that are in my region, are saying the predictions of rainfall changes is not occurring in the pattern of which they predicted. And so I just ask my colleagues, go back and let's revisit some of these studies and see how much of the predictions on rainfall have been fulfilled, because a lot of the predictions of impact on health was based on that rainfall change that hasn't been reflected in existing observations. And because of that, I think there's something that both sides could work on, trying to go back and double-check the science. And I yield back to the Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Mrs. Baldwin, recognized for 5 minutes.
I would yield my time to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Inslee.
I would like to point out that if the Republicans sincerely believed that there is not overwhelming evidence that these gases cause and exacerbate asthma, that they just go ahead and vote for this amendment. Because we simply say, if it doesn't cause asthma, then fine, go ahead. But you can't do that, you won't do that, because you know the scientific evidence is very clear that it does. Now, let me suggest this argument that CO2 is benign and we can ignore it because we exhale it. That is about as good an argument as saying if you just got ran over by a tsunami in Japan, you'd say, well, earthquakes are benign because it was the tsunami that got me. It was the water, not the earthquake. CO2 causes a cascading series of events which endangers human health. I just want to read the Center for Disease Control. Quote, climate change will affect air quality through several pathways, including production and allergenicity of allergens such as pollen and mold spores, and increases in regional ambient concentrations of ozone, fine particles, and dust. Then you go to the EPA conclusion, and they were very clear on this point, and they concluded this. Air quality effects. Increases in regional ozone pollution relative to ozone levels without climate change are expected due to higher temperatures and weaker circulation in the United States relative to air quality levels without climate change. Climate change is expected to increase regional ozone pollution with associated risks in respiratory illnesses and premature death. Now, that's just, I don't know how you have a clear assessment of the United States scientific community. Now, this thing about using children, I just want to tell you how I met this child. I just have a picture of him. His name is Lucas Bergman. Now, I met him an hour ago. I just happened to run into him. Let me tell you how I ran into the mother of Lucas Bergman. She was here arguing against some of the things that some of the folks are doing here against science on health care involving the health care reform bill. And she told me that her son also had this problem with asthma, and she'd been in 3 times into the ER room because of this problem. Now, if Mr. Shimkus or anybody would want to go out and tell that lady that she shouldn't worry about taking her kid to the ER room because maybe it'll cost 1/10 of a cent more in gasoline somewhere in the next several decades, that's not going to win the argument with her.
Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
If you give me her name and her address and phone number, I'll call her.
I'll be happy to.
And I will do that.
And I'm sure she'll welcome your call. I think you'll have better results on the mound this year than you will in that argument, but we'll see about it. So I would just say that we've got a clear case here of ignoring science. Let's not make it worse and have more casualties. Thank you.
Will the gentleman yield?
It's Mr. Time, but I'm speaking agent.
Is it Ms. Baldwin's time? And do you yield? Who are you yielding to? Oh, to Dr. Cassidy, okay.
You know, you can't prove a negative. And so the problem with a bill like this is you can't prove a negative, number one. Number two, where you're from has fairly cool temperatures. So this unfortunate child, who we're all sympathetic for, this child's asthma kind of proves what Burgess's point is that it's not related to the higher temperatures in Washington State, unless I presume he's from Washington.
But if I may reclaim Tammy Baldwin's time here.
Only Mrs. Baldwin can reclaim her time.
And if
She reclaims her time, and do you recognize the gentleman from Washington?
If you really are sympathetic with this problem, vote for my amendment. I mean, if you're really sympathetic with this problem. And I don't know why it's so hard to understand that when we have increasing ozone at whatever the ambient ozone layer is in Seattle, when you increase it, you aggravate the conditions that lead to asthma. Now, I don't know why that's so hard for the Republicans to understand. Every single scientist who has looked at this issue has made that conclusion. And you guys haven't produced one single scientist to the contrary. Now, if you are sympathetic, vote for the Inslee Amendment.
Are there any other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, I will have a vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Here's the noes have it. Noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments? Are there other members seeking an amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Offered amendment. The chair would recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rush.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
It's amendment number 24. It's co-sponsored by Congresswoman Eshoo. 21, I'm sorry, 21.
Amendment offered by Mr. Rush.
And the amendment will be considered read by unanimous consent. And the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment simply revokes the provisions of this act from going into effect until the EPA administrator, in consultation with the Secretary of Defense, certifies that the consequences of not regulating greenhouse gas emissions and its subsequent impact on climate change, including the potential to create sustained natural and humanitarian disasters, Mr. Chairman, the wrong amendment. Amendment 20. All right. This amendment, Mr. Chairman, simply revokes the provision of the Act from taking effect until the EPA administrator certifies that the United States investment in technology that reduces greenhouse gas emissions, such as renewable energy, including wind power, solar power, hydropower, biomass, biofuels, and geothermal power, and energy efficiency exceeds China's investment in such technology. According to a report by the Pew Environmental Group in 2010, China enacted plans to invest nearly $740 billion over the next 10 years in renewable energy programs. Up until 2009, the U.S. was the world's top investor in renewable energy projects before losing its place to China. In the report titled "Who's Winning the Clean Energy Race? Growth, Competition, and Opportunity in the World's Largest Economies," it notes that during 2009, China increased its investment in renewable energy technologies by 50%. This included an investment of $34.6 billion in wind, solar, and other renewable energy sources, almost doubling the $18.6 billion investment in these clean energy technologies by the U.S. In fact, the report notes that American solar companies are building solar plants overseas in China with plans to produce 4,000 megawatts of electricity by the end of 2010. This report goes on to say, and I quote, "There are reasons to be concerned about America's competitive position in the clean energy marketplace. Relative to the size of its economy, the United States clean energy finance and investments lag behind many of its G2 partners. Mr. Chairman, we must regain our position as the world's leading investor of renewable energy technologies, because the nation that leads the globe in clean, efficient, and renewable energy technologies will also be the country that leads the world." Mr. Chairman, this bill falls short of this, and my amendment goal is to correct this failure and this gaping hole in this particular bill. And with that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. I would yield myself 5 minutes. I would just say, though I have not looked at your amendment in great detail, I would just remind the gentleman that as we look at renewables, 28 states now in the United States have renewable energy standard. Michigan, my state, is one of those, and we're well on the way to achieving that goal. In the next 5 to 10 years, I've sat down with my utilities. We've seen great investments, and not only in Michigan, but throughout the Midwest and other states as it relates to renewable in terms of wind and solar. China, we know, uses 3.5 times more coal than the United States, and I don't think that we're ready for this amendment as part of the process, but I welcome other members to respond. And I look at the gentleman from Kentucky. Be glad to yield him time.
Thank you for yielding. I have in my hand a letter from Carol Browner, Ron Klain, and Larry Summers to the President of the United States regarding his renewable energy loan guarantee and grant program that was established with the stimulus plan. And while this amendment is certainly well-meaning in every way, the reality is, and the fact is, as this memo points out, wind power and solar power are not competitive in the marketplace. And without these extensive subsidies, 55% for wind of the cost, half for solar of the cost, these industries simply cannot compete. So basically, if we adopted this amendment, I think we'd really be worsening our condition, because if these greenhouse gas regulations go into effect, we're going to basically close down the supply from coal, of electricity produced from coal, and we're going to be saying, giving EPA the authority to try to have more investment in wind and solar, and this memo, even from the President's own advisor, states that it cannot be done without immense subsidies.
Anybody else?
Gentleman,
I would yield. It's still my time. I'll yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Bilbray.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to point out, I think that this raises a good issue. The fact is, while we're talking about this, China is building 20 new nuclear power plants as we speak. We're building 2. They're 1/10 our economy. That pretty well figures out 100 times more activity in that than we're allowing to be legal in this country, because we've blocked so much of it. 98% of the rare earth mined in this country, in the world, was in this country 30 years ago. Now, 98% of it's in China. Now, what that have to do with climate change issues? The fact is, the wind generators depend on permanent magnet technology. That's rare earth to be able to make the wind generators. Electric cars depend on permanent magnet electric motors. That's rare earth. In fact, every Prius has 70 pounds of rare earth. We haven't opened up our public lands for mining of rare earth. Those are outlawed and held off, fenced off from the ability for us to be able to do what China is doing. And let me just say that if you talk about it, we talk about green fuels. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will join on a bill to say, let's go to the next generation of clean fuels, and let's create a federal reserve for clean fuels at the Salton Sea. and be brave enough to exempt the production of clean fuels from the Clean Water, Clean Air, and the Endangered Species Act. Because my scientists in California who developed the algae that could produce gasoline cannot produce it in the state of California, and they've gone to New Mexico. So when we talk about China, let's talk about what aren't we doing of making it legal to do what you're talking about China being able to do. Americans have been fenced off from the answers for environmental alternatives, and we ought to be working together to tear those fences down and allow a clean future to be legal. That's all I'm asking for. Yield back.
All right, time I yield back. Are there other members that wish to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, the vote will occur on the amendment. All those in favor of the Rush amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments to the bill? Gentlelady from California, Matsui.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the title.
An amendment offered by Ms. Matsui.
And without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Staff will disperse the amendment, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would simply say that the Upton-Inhofe legislation cannot take effect until the EPA administrator determines that climate change is not a threat to the U.S. economy. I think this is a common sense amendment. I've heard my Republican colleagues say over and over again that this bill is about the economy and about jobs. Well, I think it's about more than that. It's about overturning the science, ignoring serious risks to public health, and the future investment in clean energy technologies. But it is also about the economy because climate change and our failure to act on it is a serious threat to our economy and our ability to be competitive in the coming years. The truth is that unchecked climate change will cause serious impacts with serious costs. In my hometown of Sacramento, we understand the consequences of climate change, including changing storm patterns and increasing spring runoffs. Unchecked global warming will alter our way of life and force us to spend precious resources adapting to or suffering from altered climate. But I am just as concerned about what our failure to act will mean for our ability to succeed economically and compete internationally. Some critics of EPA standards say that they will kill jobs. They argue that requiring our nation's power plants and industrial facilities to be more energy efficient will hurt the economy. They could not be more wrong. In fact, requiring increased efficiency is one of the steps China is taking right now to boost its economy. And it's working. China's economy and even Germany's economy is reaping the benefits, and we risk falling further behind. Requiring improvements in efficiency creates jobs. In Sacramento, we have over 230 clean energy companies who are selling and manufacturing American-made clean energy products. I routinely hold roundtable and forums with CEOs and business leaders in the region, and they understand climate change exists and want certainty in the marketplace to move forward with their clean energy products to better compete here in this country and around the world. I also hear the same sentiments from national business leaders and leading economists that we must continue to invest in the clean energy economy. China attracted $35 billion of investment in clean energy in 2009, nearly twice as much as the United States. According to the head of policy analysis at Bloomberg New Energy Finance, China has become the undisputed global leader in attracting new investment dollars. China is the world's largest manufacturer of solar panels and wind turbines. Chinese companies produce 43% of the global solar panel supply and 39% of the world's wind turbines. The $15 billion worth of solar panels China exported in 2009 was more valuable than America's corn, beef, and chicken exports combined. This is simply unacceptable. Our nation must be the world's leader in manufacturing clean energy technologies and exporting them abroad. The United States needs to fight for these clean energy jobs. We need to step up to the plate, and that means more efficiency and clean energy, not less. Efficiency and innovation produce jobs and strengthen our economy. They lead to investment. If anything, EPA standards are too timid, but they're a start. The real job killer would be to roll back these standards in order to protect and encourage dirtier technologies. That's a mistake our economy cannot afford. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The members on our side, Mr. Shimkus, recognized for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To speak against the amendment, the premise is that the EPA agency will determine that climate change is no longer a threat to the U.S. economy. Well, that's what we've been asking Administrator Jackson to give us a reading on from all the hearings that we've had up here. In fact, in the last hearing we had just last week, we juxtaposed her statements that the economy and job aspects will not be used in the analysis. We juxtaposed that with the new presidential executive order that said everything will take an analysis of jobs and the economy. So it's very difficult for us to trust her to do this when she hasn't done it before, and right now she's not complying with the president's executive order to do just that. Now, she said she would. She said she would go back. We have more issues than just greenhouse gases to deal with Administrator Jackson on. We've got Boiler MAC, we've got Merkley MAC, we've got transport rules, we've got cooling towers, we've got clean coal combustion, and these are all a five-prong attack to really raise the cost of fossil fuels and really hurt the economy. So if we could, we would like for her to comply with the president's executive order. She said she would. She hasn't so far, and we believe that once she does that, we'll find out, as all the industry folks have said, that when you raise the cost of energy across the board, whether it's in the service industry, whether it's in the manufacturing sector, maybe it's to operate government, when you raise the basic cost of energy, everything costs more. People who then have to buy and sell and produce goods and services have less to do that. The economy suffers. So please reject the Matsui amendment.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would yield.
Coming from Michigan and watching across the country, in the last 3 years, we have lost 1 in 5 manufacturing jobs. And for us in the Midwest, us in Michigan, Ohio, practically 40% of that job loss has come from one state, ours. And the whole purpose of this legislation is to try and give a boost to manufacturing in this country. As we heard testimony and received letters from almost every manufacturing group that was out there, whether it be glass manufacturer, you name it, refineries, they all believe that without this legislation, you will see the regulations significantly increase, the costs go up, and frankly, knowing that the rest of the world isn't on the same page with these greenhouse gas emissions or regulations, those jobs are going to go someplace else. And we will lose even more jobs from the United States. So this amendment is not needed here. I appreciate the gentlelady for offering it, but I would hope that we could reject it and to yield back my time to the gentleman from Illinois. Are there other gentlemen yield?
I'll yield back my time. I think there's...
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to speak in support of Ms. Matsui's amendment. The Clean Air Act safeguards have benefited the United States tremendously. Enacted in 1970 and amended in 1990, the Clean Air Act has delivered cleaner air, better public health, new jobs, and an impressive return on investment, providing $4 to $8 in benefits for every dollar spent on compliance. In the last year alone, programs implemented pursuant to the Clean Air Act amendments of 1990 are estimated to have reduced premature mortality risks equivalent to saving over 160,000 lives, spared Americans more than 100,000 hospital visits, prevented millions of cases of respiratory problems, including bronchitis and asthma, enhanced productivity by preventing 13 million lost work days, and kept kids healthy and in school avoiding 3.2 million lost school days due to respiratory illness and other diseases that are exacerbated by air pollution. History has proven that clean air and strong economic growth are mutually reinforcing. Since 1990, the Clean Air Act has reduced emissions of the most common air pollutants by 41%, while gross domestic product increased 64%. Clean air regulations have also spurred important technological innovations, such as catalytic converters that help make the United States a world leader in exporting environmental control technologies. These activities create jobs for Americans across a wide range of industrial professions and crafts. Many power plants and factories slated to receive job-creating, pollution-reducing upgrades to meet updated Clean Air Act standards are located in the same highly industrialized regions where unemployment currently is particularly high, as in Michigan or Illinois, where I'm from. Importantly, jobs installing or operating pollution controls in American facilities cannot be sent abroad. Data from the International Brotherhood of Boilermakers indicated that the number of Boilermakers in the U.S. increased by 6,700 or 35% from 1999 to 2001 as a result of the EPA standards to implement the Clean Air Act. The Institute of Clean Air Companies estimates that preparations to comply with just one of those standards have occupied approximately 200,000 person-years of labor over the last 7 years. By 2008, that industry was generating approximately $300 billion in annual revenues and directly supporting nearly 1.7 million jobs. Air pollution control equipment alone generated revenues of more than $18 billion in 2007. Environmental technology exports also strengthened U.S. trade balance, generating $11 billion of surplus in 2008. These exports have grown dramatically from less than $10 billion in 1990 to $43.8 billion in 2008. And the U.S. share of foreign environmental technology markets has been increasing. EPA projects that the Clean Air Act will provide $2 trillion in benefits in 2020, over $30 in benefits for $30 in benefits for every dollar spent. In contrast, climate change is a huge threat to the economy. Climate change is increasing extreme precipitation events. The amount of rain falling and the heaviest downpours has already increased roughly 20%. Flood damage already costs the United States billions of dollars every year. Climate change is increasing the extent and intensity of wildfires. A recent study found that based on observed patterns, a modest 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit increase would increase annual area burned from 1.3 million acres to 4.5 million acres, more than tripling the average area burned. And the total costs of a single large wildfire are estimated in the hundreds of millions of dollars. The committee received testimony that modest warming over the century will reduce yields of corn, soybean, and cotton by 30 to 46%, and severe warming could reduce those yields by 63 to 82%. Climate change will further stress water resources in the West by increasing droughts and reducing storage in snowpacks. As every member from the West knows, water is key to economic prosperity in the West. It's raising sea levels, threatens huge costs to coastal cities and other infrastructure. And so to repeal the EPA's authority to take any action and slow climate change is breathtakingly irresponsible. I urge my colleagues to support Ms. Matsui's sensible amendment, allow the EPA to move forward, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back her time. Are there other members wishing to speak on this amendment? If not, we're ready to vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Noes have it, appear to have it. They have it. Over. Are there other amendments being wanted to be offered? The gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's amendment number 24.
Amendment number 24. The clerk will report the title.
An amendment offered by Mr. Rush.
And by unanimous consent, the amendment will be considered as read. Staff will
Mr. Chairman, you
disperse.
unanimous consent, it will be approved?
No. I said be considered as read.
Oh.
And the staff will disperse the amendment, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment simply strikes everything. This is an amendment in the nature of a substitute, Mr. Chairman, and it simply strikes everything after the enacting clause, and instead of stripping the EPA of its authority, will instead commend the EPA for saving an estimated $2 trillion in health care costs and millions of Americans from chronic illnesses and premature deaths through its implementation of the Clean Air Act through the year 2020. This amendment will also change the title of the bill from the Energy Tax Prevention Act of 2011 to read, "A bill to commend the EPA for saving an estimated $2 trillion in health care costs and millions of Americans from chronic illnesses and premature deaths through its implementation of the Clean Air Act through the year 2020. Mr. Chairman, the EPA did not one day suddenly decide to begin regulating greenhouse gases on a whim, but in fact was responding to the 2007 Massachusetts versus EPA decision, where the Supreme Court ruled that the EPA did not have the power, even the obligation to regulate, greenhouse gases as air pollutants if the agency found that these greenhouse gases endangered public health. Indeed, this endangerment finding required the EPA to regulate these gases, especially in the absence of congressional action to protect the public. Mr. Chairman, we know that in the 40 years since its enactment, the Clean Air Act has decreased air pollutants by 60%, even as our economy has grown by over 200%. A peer-reviewed EPA study estimated that the financial value of health care costs saved because of EPA's implementation of the Clean Air Act is projected to reach $2 trillion by the year 2020. EPA's implementation of the Clean Air Act amendments is also projected to save Americans from 230,000 cases of premature mortality, 200,000 heart attacks, 17 million lost work days, and 2.4 million cases of asthma attacks in the year 2020 alone. EPA's implementation of the Clean Air Act has been a stimulus for our economy, with estimates that it generated as much as $300 billion in revenues and $44 billion in exports, while supporting close to 1.7 million American jobs in the year 2008. There are projections that the global annual market for environmental technologies and services will surpass $700 billion by 2010, and the EPA is at the forefront in ushering in an era of cleaner, renewable energy technologies that will help make us safer, more independent, and more efficient as a nation. So for it's working to promote cleaner technologies and protecting our citizens with cleaner air while also creating jobs and investment for our economy, I say, Mr. Chairman, that we should salute the EPA for the work that it has done and the work that it continues to do, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Are there other members wishing to discuss this amendment? Mr. Bill Bray.
Mr. Chairman, I must regretfully speak in opposition to the amendment. The amendment points out a lot of great points, but again, it is pointing out about the fact of implementation of the Clean Air Act in the manner in which it was designed to treat, and that is human risk within air basins and reducing those risks. Where this, the base bill is talking about the CO2 and the whole climate change issue, which was never meant to be addressed under the Clean Air Act. It was never designed to address things like something that was as close to inert as CO2. And let me just say this. If CO2 is a precursor to ozone. It must be so small that those of us that were in the air districts didn't even have on the radar, because there were so many other issues that were major concerns. And so I appreciate the gentleman pointing out what a great success we've had in this country by the EPA staying within the parameters and the intention of the Clean Air Act, local air districts and states cooperating and working for outcome base. But the fact is that the amendment does not really address the concept that somehow we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars going after CO2, when in fact, maybe we ought to be bringing this up, that if the same effort was made to reduce the emissions from diesel, which is a toxic emission, we may have a lot less children with asthma, a lot more health benefit, and a lot less economic impact. So I appreciate the gentleman's intention here, but I come back to the fact that the success that you were pointing out is because the Act has been implemented in the spirit of the Act, with the intention of the Act, and addressing real health problems identified in our communities and our neighborhoods that are major issues that, if the CO2 becomes the focus, will not be the priority that it should be. And that is, and all I got to say is, again, anybody here wants to protect children, then let's talk about getting true toxic emissions off rather than talking about CO2. So I regretfully have to oppose the amendment.
Gentleman, yield back his time. Are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, we're prepared shortly to get to final passage. I would just, as the staff might alert the members, we will have a roll call vote on final passage. I just want to spend a minute or two prior to the vote, and I want to commend the staff on both sides. Lots of amendments were prepared. I particularly want to commend my friend Ed Whitfield as he's marshaled this legislation through, and his staff, and Bobby Rush and for the cooperation that we've had. We've had a good number of hearings. You'll remember that the process with this bill was a discussion draft that was released, I want to say, the end of January. There was a reaching out to members on both sides of the aisle, not only here on this committee, but in the full House, as well as in the Senate. Would note that Mr. Ray Hall and Colin Peterson, two fine gentlemen, are original co-sponsors of the bill. We all realize, Republicans and Democrats alike, that our country is hurting. We have an unemployment rate that, for many of us in states, are double-digit, but nationally it's about 9%. And we have lost 1 in 5 manufacturing jobs over the last number of years, and there are a good number of us that believe, in fact, that these new EPA regulations will increase costs for every manufacturer out there. And that means for every employer that those higher production costs mean higher costs for consumers, which is something that has driven us to move this piece of legislation. It doesn't gut the Clean Air Act. This bill does not do that. The Clean Air Act, as approved by the Congress in 1990, specifically rejected using greenhouse gas regulations authorized by the EPA, and this legislation prevents the EPA from going down that road. So for me, as an original co-sponsor of this, author of this legislation, I would urge my colleagues to support it. And at this point, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on final passage.
Mr. Barton? Mr. Barton, yay. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Stearns, yay. Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts, aye. Mrs. Bono-Mack? Mr. Walden? Mr. Walden, aye. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mrs. Myrick? Mrs. Myrick, aye. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mrs. Blackburn? Mr. Bilbray? Mr. Bilbray, aye. Mr. Bass? Mr. Bass, aye. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta, aye. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mr. Harper. Mr. Lance. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie, aye. Mr. Olson. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley, aye. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, aye. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo, aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Waxman. Mr. Waxman, nay. Mr. Dingle. Mr. Dingle, nay. Mr. Markey. Mr. Towns. Mr. Towns, nay. Mr. Pallone.
No.
Mr. Pallone, nay. Mr. Rush.
No.
Mr. Rush, nay. Ms. Eshu.
No.
Ms. Eshu, nay. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel, nay. Mr. Green. Mr. Green, nay. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette, nay. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, nay. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, nay. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky, nay. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, nay. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, nay. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, aye. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner, nay. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow, aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, nay. Ms. Christensen. Ms. Christensen, nay. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton, aye.
Other members wishing to vote. Ms. McMorris Rogers.
Ms. McMorris Rogers, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Harper.
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Markey.
Aye.
Well, I was hoping to get him.
Mr. Markey, nay.
Mr. Lance. Mr. Butterfield. Ms. Blackburn. Mr. Burgess.
Blackburn, aye.
Dr. Burgess, I'm sorry. Mr. Shimkus.
Mr.
Ms.
Shimkus,
Bonomack.
aye. Ms.
Dr.
Bonomack,
Gingrey.
aye. Dr. Gingrey, aye.
Are there other members that have not been recorded?
Mr. Olson.
Mr. Olson?
Mr. Gonzalez.
Has everybody voted? The clerk will count the tally, report the tally. While the clerk is tallying the votes, we'll start 5 minutes after this with the HJ Res 37.
Mr. Chairman, while the clerk's counting the vote, pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I'm notifying you of our intent to submit minority views regarding H.R. 910.
Without objection, that's fine. So we'll start at 5 o'clock. Start at 5. So we'll start at 5 o'clock. We'll start HA Res 37. Allow the staff to clean up.
Mr. Chairman, 33.
Wait. 1 second. Is Mr. Olson? Is Mr. Olson recorded?
Mr. Olson is not recorded. Mr. Olson, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to be counted? Okay, if you would add Mr. Olson and give us the new count.
Mr. Chairman, 34 aye, 19 nay.
34 ayes, 19 nays. The ayes have it. The bill is favorably reported. Without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill approved by the committee. Hearing no objection, so ordered. And we will recess until 5 o'clock to start HA Res 37. 5 minutes. I am reminded that it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Oh, do we have a copy of the bill?
Daylight savings time, as Mr. Markey and I would comment. We are now prepared to call up HJ Res 37. Before I do so, I want to make clear that the committee will operate in the same manner as the subcommittee when it considers the legislation. Specifically, the Congressional Review Act provides the precise language that must be used in a joint resolution of disapproval. As a result, no or virtually no amendments to the resolution will be in order. Any amendments would be at odds with the fundamental purpose of the resolution, which is to disapprove of an agency action through the statutorily prescribed language that will soon be before us. Such amendments will be, therefore, non-germane. We have thoroughly vetted the issue with the House parliamentarian and believe that this is correct. So, the chair now calls up H.J. Res. 37 and asks the clerk to report.
H.J. Res. 37, joint resolution disapproving the rules submitted by the Federal Communications Commission with respect to regulating the Internet and broadband industry practices. Resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled, that Congress disapproves the rules submitted by the Federal Communications Commission relating to the matter of
Would ask unanimous consent that the resolution is considered as read. There are no objections, such is the case. So at this point, is there any discussion on the resolution? Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
So, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment, but if you want to just, you want me just to strike the last word instead?
Well, no. Do you have an amendment that you want
Yes,
to offer?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment is at the desk?
Number 58.
Mr. Chairman, I think it gets called up, and then I reserve point of order against the amendment.
An amendment offered by Mr. Doyle.
Yeah, now, gentlemen, the title has been reported. The gentleman from Oregon reserves a point of order.
I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
And the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment simply tried to ensure that even if the resolution of disapproval we're considering today is enacted into law, broadband providers will not be able to block or interfere with consumers' access to lawful websites at will. That freedom is one of the most essential aspects of Internet openness. It's what turned the Internet into the economic engine it is today. But reading the testimony of our subcommittee heard last week, some broadband providers want the right to block what you get to see. The no-blocking principle has been broadly accepted since it was included in FCC's 2005 Internet Policy Statement. It has garnered the support from both Democratic and Republican FCC commissioners. Indeed, as early as 2004, then FCC Chairman Michael Powell gave a speech in which he outlined 4 net freedoms. The first freedom was that consumers should have access to their choice of legal content. Chairman Powell stated at the time that consumers have come to expect to be able to go where they want on high-speed connections, and those who have migrated from dial-up would presumably object to paying a premium for broadband if certain content were blocked. In addition to being affirmed by the Internet Policy Statement, the no-blocking principle was incorporated into the Community Opportunity Promotion and Enhancement Act of 2006, introduced by then-Chairman Barton. All of my Republican colleagues at that time, who are still here, voted in favor of that bill. I remember that bill well. Mr. Chairman, I regret that we're not able to debate and consider this amendment that reflects such fundamental principle of the Internet that consumers have come to expect. The resolution we are considering today, if ever enacted, will strip the Commission of its authority to police the most egregious of conducts on the part of broadband providers, such as blocking consumers' access to lawful websites of their choice. The Commission has done so before, rightly, when an ISP called Madison River tried to block Vonage phone calls. But if Congress steps in and tells the FCC that it has no role to prevent it, we will be giving broadband providers a green light to block from consumers any applications, content, and services they choose to block. Now, I'm not saying that all providers will do this, but some certainly will. One witness we had last week said in his testimony that he wanted to block legal web traffic from his consumers who want it. The incentives for mischief are there. Let me clear up one thing. You've heard that the Internet's never been regulated. That's false. Remember the days of dial-up? You'd hear the modem dialing in over the phone line and then that racket that sounded like cats banging pots and pans? Well, up until 2005, the companies that provided data transmission was regulated as a telecommunications service. because data traveled over phone lines. These classifications found support in the Communications Act as well as long-standing FCC policy recognizing a distinction between transmission on one hand and content on the other. We didn't regulate then, nor do we propose to now regulate Internet content, but access to the Internet had basic rules of the road. No blocking was chief among them. Let's make one thing clear, and Counsel as much as admitted this last week. If the FCC's rules stand up in court and this resolution passes without my amendment, there will be big questions about whether or not the FCC has the ability to ensure that you and I can visit any website we want. That's right, my colleagues. Your Internet access provider could block your right to view Tea Party websites. It's not that crazy if you think about it. Verizon has already blocked some people's political text messages, so it could happen. Mr. Chairman, believe it or not, no blocking used to bring us all together. I know my colleagues like to say they support an open Internet, but that may be true only so long as open Internet rules are enforced and consumers have basic protections from basic harms. By eliminating this minimal protection, the Republicans will give the green light to broadband providers to do whatever they want. I think consumers should have a choice of where they want to go, what they want to do, and to take that control away from them and give it to their broadband provider in a market with limited choices just makes no sense. I'm deeply disappointed that members will not have an opportunity to record a vote on this important issue addressed by my amendment. Debate and voting is a hallmark of our system, and it baffles me why we are choosing to proceed in a manner on issues so central to industry, free speech, and our national economy. We have time. The final rules won't be published in the Federal Register until late spring, so we do not need to proceed in this rush manner. I ask that people support my amendment and oppose this resolution without it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Does the gentleman from Oregon insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I do insist on my point of order, and I would just note for the record that Mr. Doyle was part of a CRA resolution in 2008. So this process has been used before, and Democrats were involved in using a Congressional Review Act. But I do insist on my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Well, the chair is prepared to rule. The chair finds that the amendment does seek to amend the joint resolution before us in a way that will fundamentally alter the prescribed form of such joint resolutions under the Congressional Review Act. So therefore, the gentleman is correct, and the amendment is not germane. The amendment is not in order. Are there further amendments to
Mr.
the
Chairman.
resolution? Gentleman from the great state of Michigan.
We share that privilege, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise to strike the requisite number of words.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, as you will recall, I mentioned at the subcommittee markup of H-Res 37 that I opposed this resolution. In the intervening 5 days, nothing has changed my mind. I'm going to vote against H-Res 37 again today. In so doing, I wish to reiterate my belief that the future of the Federal Communications Commission open Internet order should be decided by the courts and not by the Congress, and certainly not pursuant to the poorly written and confusing Congressional Review Act of 1996. I will observe that I'm not pleased with what it is that the Commission has done, but it is my unfortunate view that the legislation before us does not address the problem and does not use the expertise, such as it is, of the FCC. I would also observe that we are wasting the time of this committee on a resolution that is not going to become law. As a result, we are actually ceding legislative prerogatives to the Senate and actually making the other body look productive. And I want to observe what a difficult task that is. We could be moving forward on matters like spectrum reform, which definitely requires the committee's attention, rather than engaging in political theater as we are today. In closing, I suggest that we would be better served to put our sights on matters whose bipartisan resolution will result in increased investment, innovation, and job creation, as things which we can all agree are of the utmost importance and urgency to our constituents. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your courtesy, and I thank you for recognizing me, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chairman yields back his time. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the committee members know the view that I hold on this. I think that in this case that the CRA is really a blunt instrument, and I simply don't agree with it. I want to thank Mr. Doyle for offering the amendment, even though obviously it's not being made in order, because I think it goes to the heart of the debate that at least this side of the aisle has presented in this overall debate. And the heart of it is really the hallmarks of the internet, that it's open, that it's accessible, that there's the ability and the freedom for consumers to access lawful websites. These are the most essential aspects of internet openness, and it's crucial to the development of the internet ecosystem. I said it before, I will say it again. Very few times, I think, has the committee, both the subcommittee and the full committee, heard from such a diverse number of organizations that have spoken out against what the majority is undertaking. From the Catholic Conference of Bishops to other faith organizations, to high technology organizations, to the CEO of the largest internet provider in the country, to other business leaders, to consumer groups. They have all said, don't do this, we don't agree with you. But you're going ahead with it, so you have the votes to do so. I think it's also worth mentioning that this no blocking principle has been broadly accepted since its inclusion in the FCC's 2005 Internet Policy Statement, and it garnered the support from both Democratic and Republican FCC commissioners. As early as 2004, the then chairman of the FCC, Michael Powell, gave a speech in which he outlined 4 of the net freedoms, and the first one was that consumers should have access to their choice of legal content. When Mr. Barton was chairman of the committee, almost all of our Republican colleagues that are still members of this committee today voted in favor of the bill that included the no blocking principle. So I don't know where the consistency is on your side. You're going to go ahead and do this. You claim you're doing it because you love the internet, and this is like a scratcher. You just scratch just a little bit, you scratch a little bit of that wax away, and you can see what's there. It's the virus again. You don't want an agency to be able to implement what you don't like. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and if anyone would like any of the time that I have left over, I don't have any other remarks to make. I'm sorry that you're doing this. I don't think it distinguishes this committee. I hope that once we get this, I think, silliness out of the way, I hope that we'll get to the serious issues of both the subcommittee and send them on to the full committee, such as spectrum and interoperability for public safety as we approach the 10th anniversary of the attack on our country. And I thank Mr. Doyle and all the members that engaged in what I think was a very important debate. Ms. Baldwin, be happy to give the time that's left.
Thank you. I just want to add my views of opposition to HJ Res 37. Now, last year, the FCC adopted its open internet order to provide greater clarity around continued freedom and openness of the internet. And these rules are intended to ensure that internet access is transparent and that broadband providers cannot block lawful content. These were adopted, I think, in a way that reflected a spirit of compromise. I personally think they should have gone further. And so it's ironic in my mind that the majority is attempting to dismantle an effort on the grounds that it's overreaching when many in America feel like these could have been much stronger. I really wish we would, in the area of telecom, turn our view to making, or turn our attention to making broadband access much more accessible. Every so often in our country's history, we've decided that it's in our national interest and it serves our country's founding principles to make an innovation available to all of our citizens. I think of rails and roads and electrification and telephone access. And this is certainly the Internet has a great connection with our economy and basic education. It should be accessible to all, and that's what our committee should be focusing its attention on. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's time has
Chairman.
expired.
Mr. Chairman, over here. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I just think I ought to speak up for a minute. As chairman of the subcommittee, first of all, the members of the subcommittee should know we are going to take on these other issues. You know that. I've told you that. And we will when it comes to determining about spectrum, who has it, who's sitting on it, who's using it, including the government and the private sector, and how we can best utilize it for the citizens of this country. We're going to take on interoperability. We're going to take on FCC process reform. And I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, including the ranking gentlewoman of the subcommittee, on that issue. But if there's a blunt instrument that has been wielded, it is not the use of the Congressional Review Act. It is by the Federal Communications Commission in intimidating those who have the Internet by saying, I'm going to give you one of two choices. Either you go with sort of this quote-unquote light touch regulation, or I'm going to hold open here this Title II full government regulation. And there are members of this committee, and I respect them, who believe we should go down that path. I'm not among them. We have an open, vibrant Internet because it has not been regulated. And I would ask counsel, is it not true that on the retail side of the Internet, the provision of the Internet access, has it ever been regulated?
No, sir. The dial-up component, the telecom service of dial-up was, when it was offered by a broadband provider to itself, it had to provide it to others. But that was the telecom component, not a Internet component.
And that's because this is treated as information services, not as common carrier.
That's correct.
So William Kennard, Bill Clinton's FCC chairman, said in a 1999 speech, the fertile fields of innovation across the communications sector and around the country are blooming because from the get-go we've taken a deregulatory, competitive approach to our communication structure, especially the Internet. That's Bill Clinton's head of the FCC. The grandfather of the Internet, Dr. David Farber, warned in December of last year in an editorial that the FCC's order, quote, will sweep broadband ISPs and potentially the entire Internet into the big tent of regulation. What does that mean? Customer needs take second place, and a previously innovative and vibrant industry becomes a creature of government rulemaking. So, see, there are people who helped create the Internet, the grandfather of the Internet, who says this could affect consumers negatively. There are economists who say the same thing. We had testimony last week from Anna Maria Kovacs, who pointed out, and I quote, more universally damaging is the rule's potential to destroy the ability of infrastructure providers to raise capital. They would threaten the infrastructure on which both customers and content providers rely. So, see, we did actually have an economist and a certified financial advisor testify to that. So there are people who disagree with my friends on the other side of the aisle. There is a broadband provider in my district.
History, economy.
There is if I could have her, who wrote and said, how will companies like Ben Broadband be able to compete if we bear the brunt of the regulations while the giants like Google, Amazon, and Netflix go free? The Internet's evolving. All members of the ecosystem need to work together to innovate. The FCC chairman has picked winners and losers in this recent effort to impose net neutrality regulations. The efforts will cost jobs, stall innovation, and dampen investment. That's from a broadband provider in Oregon. Now, as to the use of this vehicle, let me suggest that the Congressional Review Act has been used by members of both parties. including members of this committee, including the very distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Dingell, who is a sponsor of a resolution that used the Congressional Review Act. Mr. Markey was on one. Miss Eshoo was on one. Mr. Inslee was on a CRA. Mr. Doyle. You all have used the Congressional Review Act before and used it when you disagreed with federal communication rules. So it seems a little odd today and in the subcommittee to be told that this is a horribly blunt object, a terrible abusive process, a silliness, a whatever, when in fact, let's face it, we have a disagreement on policy here. And we feel strongly about our side that this will actually hurt investment in the very internet structure that has allowed all of us to take great advantage of the internet. And so it is from that position that the Republicans say, let's keep the government out of managing the internet. Let's keep the government out of picking winners and losers. Let's keep the government out of regulating something that, frankly, I think you would find our side of the aisle thinks the FCC does not have this authority to begin with. Courts will decide. I disagree with my friend from Michigan, Mr. Dingell, who said the court should decide. I think we should decide. We're the legislative body. I don't believe they have the authority. I'm willing to stand up and say that, and then we'll see where the chips fall. And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there other gentlemen from Massachusetts? Mr. Markey.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much.
Do you offer an amendment or strike the last word?
I would like to strike the last word. Thank you. I appreciate it. First of all, I might say that the CRA that the gentleman from Oregon was referring to was one that I was not a co-sponsor of. It was referred actually to this committee and to the Telecommunications and Internet Subcommittee that I was the chairman of, and I did not co-sponsor the resolution.
Would the gentleman yield? H.J. Res 72 lists you as a co-sponsor of a CRA from 2003. It was referred to this subcommittee, and according to Thomas, you're listed here as a co-sponsor. October 16th of 03 is an original co-sponsor.
Support the CRA when it's referred to this committee when you were chairman?
The CRA that the gentleman is referring to was referred to this subcommittee, or to the subcommittee the gentleman is now the chairman of. I was the chairman of it at the time, and the resolution was not considered by the subcommittee and moved no further in the House. So just so you can understand how.
But you were a co-sponsor of it. H.J. Res 72 in the 108th Congress. Mr. Chairman, if it would help, I'd be glad to give you this document. There are two of them. H.J. Res 79, I don't think you were a co-sponsor of. H.J. Res 72, you were, however. And it related to disapproving the rules submitted by the Federal Communications.
I will reclaim my time at this point. And let me say that the FCC's so-called no blocking rule, which simply states that fixed broadband providers may not block lawful content, application services on non-harmful devices, and that mobile broadband may not block lawful websites or block applications that compete with their voice or video telephony services will be eliminated. The no blocking of lawful content has been a common practice of broadband providers for years. It was well understood that the FCC would frown on such conduct, and the Commission has been able to enforce this provision. But if Congress steps in and tells the FCC that it has no place in preventing such activity, we will be giving broadband providers a green light to block from consumers any applications, content, and services they choose to block. I am not saying that all providers will do this, but some certainly will. The incentives for misconduct are there. Companies are profit-making enterprises, not protectors of free speech. This has already happened in an analogous context. A few years ago, Verizon used it in order to block a service. And what is it that we would do if it were to occur with regard to a website after the CRA becomes law? Would the FCC be able to prevent Verizon from blocking a lawful website that it fears might offend consumers or be a competitive threat to them? This was a consensus provision that was that was passed by with the approval of AT&T and Comcast and others at the FCC, the promised relief of the majority for those who fall victim of practices by dominant carriers is that they should file an antitrust suit. The problem is that the vindication for a competitor, a small competitor, a nascent competitor against AT&T or Comcast would surely come at some point so far in the future that it would be an economically posthumous vindication of that small company long out of business because of their inability to fight the corporate power of these behemoths. And at the same time, the Justice Department, the Antitrust Division, makes quite clear to us that antitrust law does not reach anti-consumer activity. And so to the extent to which consumers are aggrieved, that their choices are limited, again, it is a regulatory agency, the Federal Communications Commission, which would have a principal responsibility of in fact providing a prophylactic protection for consumers and competitors in this marketplace. Today we're watching the majority engage in a dubiously historic activity. They are going to repeal the EPA's authority to protect against greenhouse gases and the damage to the planet, and the open internet rules which protect for open, chaotic competition and consumer activity on the internet. So in one day, they will have repealed the protections for the World Wide Web and for the whole wide world, which is a dubious historical achievement, but a historical achievement nonetheless. And I rise in support for the sentiment of the Doyle Amendment, albeit ruled out of order, and the hope that even with this inevitable passage today of the majority's will, that it is blocked in the Senate and never does become law. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are the other members recognize the lady from Illinois?
Thank you. I move to strike the last word,
Without
Mr.
objection,
Chairman.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I wish I want to oppose H.J. Res 37, the resolution of disapproval, because of in my belief, that it will undercut the FCC's ability to protect consumers. As simple as that. If enacted into law, the joint resolution of disapproval would completely overturn the open internet order. Even widely accepted provisions requiring network providers to disclose their network management practices and prohibitions on the blocking of lawful websites and content would be overturned. Passage of the resolution would prevent the FCC from enforcing rules that really are substantially the same as the disapproval rule unless explicitly authorized by a new law enacted by Congress. By stripping the FCC of its authority to govern, the Internet will be vulnerable to discriminatory network practices, harming consumers and the economy. If successful, the resolution will create a disparity in the broadband market since the largest residential broadband provider in the nation, Comcast, has voluntarily agreed to be subject to the same open internet rules under the Comcast-NBC Universal merger. So, Mr. Chairman, revoking the FCC's authority to preside over the broadband airwaves in favor of a laissez-faire congressional approach will leave consumers and industry without protection and guidance required to ensure a free and fair Internet. And I'd like to yield now to my colleague from California, Ms. Capps.
I thank my colleague for yielding. I just want to express my strong support for the Doyle Amendment because it makes sure that even if the underlying resolution is enacted, broadband providers cannot arbitrarily block consumer access to legal online content. It's simple. Since 2005, anti-blocking principle has been widely accepted across the Internet-based industry on both sides of the aisle. Both Republican and Democratic FCC commissioners supported the no-blocking principle. It was even incorporated into the Communications Opportunity Promotion Enhancement Act of 2006, introduced by then Chairman Barton. Just about all my Republican colleagues at that time supported his bill. There's no reason to throw out this widely supported FCC rule with the bathwater. But some of my colleagues don't like one or two of the light touch FCC rules. Fine, let's discuss it, but let's not be reckless and throw it all away. The Internet is an engine for job growth, and that's what this amendment gets to. Because of its open platform on which it was created, anyone can log on, produce a service or conduct e-commerce. No gatekeepers. Consumers and businesses fully expect content to be readily available online. So putting this free flow of information at risk is so foolish. It risks jobs, innovation, the very foundation that has bolstered our internet economy. It's unacceptable. It limits rural business access to a broad consumer base, or limits a student's access to education online videos. We just should pass the Doyle Amendment, and that's why it deserves all of our support. And unless someone else would like part of my time, Mr. Enzi, or I'm sorry, Ms. Schakowsky needs to yield.
I yield to Mr. Inslee.
Thank you. I just think succinctly, this is a bill that Hosni Mubarak would love and capitalists should hate. Mubarak would love it because an open internet was one of the reasons democracy got going in Egypt. And anytime someone has the ability to control and prevent your access to people you want to meet, it's not good for democracy. And capitalists should hate it because if you're trying to start a new business right now and you're the startup revolutionary from a technology standpoint, you want to have access to your site. And if some service provider cuts a deal with some incumbent large mega company that's dominating the industry and decides to put you in a queue behind those customers, you don't get your business off the ground. So thank you.
Does the gentlelady yield back her time? She's gone. Time expired. Are there further amendments to the bill? Gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the title. I hear a reservation.
I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
An amendment offered by Ms. Matsui.
A point of reservation is heard. The gentlelady is recognized. The amendment will be considered as read. Staff will disperse the amendment. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is a very simple amendment. It simply preserves a portion of the open internet rules, imposing a transparency requirement on broadband providers so that consumers and innovators can make informed choices. I'm offering this amendment because the transparency rule contained in the open internet order is critical in promoting competition throughout the broadband economy. The transparency rule is also the least controversial aspect of the rules and overwhelmingly supported by broadband providers, high-tech companies, and consumer groups. In fact, during last week's hearing on this resolution, all 6 of the witnesses, including the 3 majority-picked witnesses, voiced their support for a strong transparency requirement. There is simply no reason for a resolution of disapproval to throw out a rule that the vast majority of stakeholders finds to be beneficial. Imposing a transparency requirement on broadband providers is also common sense. Consumers must have the information necessary to make informed choices regarding the types and use of broadband service they purchase. Transparency also generates trust, which in turn increases consumers' confidence in broadband providers' practices, thereby encouraging greater broadband adoption. A transparency rule will also help ensure innovation continues with third parties like edge providers, high-tech companies, and venture capitalists making informed decisions on when and how to embark on innovative projects and investments. It will also ensure emerging innovative sectors like smart grid and health IT applications that offer great economic and job growth opportunities for our nation are not at a disadvantage moving forward. Both sectors are critical to the future economic growth of my home district of Sacramento. Mr. Chairman, I strongly believe the transparency requirement must be preserved. Yet the resolution being considered today will remove this widely accepted measure to protect consumers and innovators as well. Even worse, due to ambiguities in the Congressional Review Act, the FCC may be prohibited from ever adopting a transparency requirement regarding a provider's network management, performance, and commercial terms unless Congress acts first. It is unclear how the FCC will be able to address consumer protection issues with respect to broadband providers. We need to consider these unintended consequences. Mr. Chairman, it is my hope that my colleagues on the other side will include the transparency language in the resolution. This amendment will ensure innovation, competition, and consumer protection continues. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back her time. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, the amendment's not germane to the joint resolution. The joint resolution contains statutorily prescribed language under the Congressional Review Act. This amendment seeks to change that language in a manner that would alter it from its privileged form and would violate the fundamental purpose of the joint resolution. It is therefore non-germane. I insist on my point of order.
Chair is prepared to rule on the gentleman's point of order. The chair finds that the amendment does seek to amend the joint resolution before us in a way that will fundamentally alter the prescribed form of such joint resolutions under the Congressional Review Act. The gentleman is therefore correct, and the amendment is not germane. The amendment is not in order. Are there further amendments to the bill? Seeing none, the question now occurs on favorably reporting the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. A roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
I don't think he asked in
Yeah, he did. He did ask in time. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton, aye. Mr. Stearns. Aye. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts, aye. Mrs. Bono-Mack. Mrs. Bono-Mack, aye. Mr. Walden. Mr. Walden, aye. Mr. Terry. Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mrs. Myrick. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Bilbray. Mr. Bass. Mr. Bass, aye. Mr. Gingrey. Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta, aye. Mrs. McMorris Rogers. Mrs. McMorris Rogers, aye. Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper, aye. Mr. Lance. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie, aye. Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson, aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. McKinley, aye. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, aye. Mr. Pompeo. Mr. Pompeo, aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Kinzinger, aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Waxman. Mr. Waxman, nay. Mr. Dingell. Mr. Dingell, nay. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, nay. Mr. Towns. Mr. Towns, nay. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone, nay. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush, nay. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo, nay. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. Mr. Green, nay. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. DeGette, nay. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, nay. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky, nay. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, nay. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, nay. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, nay. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, nay. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner, nay. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, nay. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, nay. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow, nay. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, nay. Ms. Christensen. Mrs. Christensen, nay. Mr. Upton.
Votes aye. Which
Mr.
members
Upton,
asked yet to vote? Dr. Burgess.
Yes.
Mr. Whitfield.
Dr. Burgess, aye.
Whitfield, aye.
Mr. Whitfield, aye.
Mr. Engel.
Mr. Engel, nay.
Are there any other members wishing to cast a vote? If not, Mr. Gingrey? How is Dr. Gingrey recorded?
Dr. Gingrey is recorded as aye.
Oh, how's Mr. Scalise reported?
Mr. Scalise is not recorded. Mr. Scalise, aye.
Mr. Dingle, there are other members? Okay. How is Mr. Stearns reported?
Mr. Stearns is not recorded.
And how is Mr. Lance?
Stearns, aye.
Mr. Lance? Are there
Mr.
other
Lance?
members?
Mr. Lance is aye.
Mr. Lance said aye.
Mr. Lance, aye.
He's a little out of breath, but he said aye. Doesn't need the mic. Are there other members? If not, the clerk will report the tally. Oh,
Mr. Bilberry is not recorded.
Late. Says yes. Okay.
Did I?
Again,
Mr. Bilberry, aye.
again, the clerk.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
30 aye, 23 nay.
30 ayes, 23 noes. The resolution is agreed to, and therefore the resolution is ordered favorably reported. Without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill approved by the committee. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlelady from Illinois.
pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2, I'm notifying you of our intent to submit minority views regarding H.J. Res. 37.
Thank you. I'll make sure that that's done. Without objection, so ordered. Is there further business? If not, we stand adjourned. See you tomorrow.